right, can everyone hear me okay? All right, well, hey, good morning. My name's Colby Hafer. I'm with Tetra Tech, and pleased to be here. Jump into it. Maybe. There we go. Oh, let's see. There we go. Figured it out. Okay. So Tetra Tech, what have we been doing, and kind of like what's happening, right? So we've been involved in the FCA program and within Builder, for quite a while. Since it goes back to 2009, we had our first CRADA and PLA discussion with the folks at Searle, and got that place in 2011, and then have just been going gangbusters really since then. It's been a lot of fun. Been across the U.S., a little tiny bit overseas, but mostly here in Conus area. Lots of clients, lots of different capabilities, different ways of doing it, a lot of different implementations. When we kind of first started, even hosted the data and for the Air National Guard, and helped them set up their program. Really kind of started with like a space utilization kind of effort, and then that turned into doing the FCAs, and all of this kind of as we were going along was really about, like what's going on in your program, where are you at, what do you need to do, right? And so the space piece kind of helped with the real property piece. We're walking down the buildings, and it's like, well, hey, why don't we do an FCAs at the same time, right? And bring that information together. And then, help them kind of get some of their preventive maintenance plans going and things like that. And then that turned into, well, hey, we still have some problems with the real property, and some of our instruments and in grants and out grants and document management, where can we put all that stuff? And so we really started doing some interesting things there on this journey, right? Now, we're doing a lot of Air National Guard. I have 12 states we're doing Air National Guard, and it's, some of you we talked about over the last couple of days, right? Like, where are we at? We're doing the inventory and assessment piece. Then we get to sustainment, and what does that look like? How do we do the reassessments, right? So we've been supporting Air National Guard and reassessments really since about 2017 timeframe, and have been working through that process. Now we're with some of our clients, like the Vermont here. They're a small state. Whoa. Okay. They're a small state, and was able to get a lot of their data done initially within a couple of phases, and then start the reassessment process. And it's like, well, hey, where do you want to go next? Well, we think we might want to try and do it on our own. Okay, we'll give you training. Would you like to use our tool that we use? Kind of all the different companies have their own field data collection tool that either interfaces with Bread or interfaces with Builder. And so, we have ours, and we taught them how to use it, allowed them to use it, and now we're providing QC. And helping them out with doing the data analytics. How do you tie that information together? How do you pull it in? The Builder data, match that up with your work orders and other things that you have going on, get to that statewide master plan, and really, develop your capital investment strategy, right? And then, we're going to talk about it here in a little bit later. But, the Coast Guard is kind of one of our showcase. It's a showcase project for me because of all the implementations that we've done. This has been the most fun by far because we really did everything up front and really haven't done any assessments at all, right? And so it's kind of opposite. A lot of others had just jumped in right into the deep end of the assessments. How are we going to, let's just get the data, we'll figure out how to use it later. This is exactly the opposite. It turned out to, these things aren't, it's not a trip to Walmart to go pick up a glass of milk, right? I mean, these are, no kidding, like epic journeys that you're going on when you're doing these implementations. And so what's been wonderful with the Coast Guard is like really stopping and taking time out let's talk about our program, let's talk about how we do business today, and then, how does Builder impact that? And then what do we need to change in those workflows in order to be able to do that kind of stuff? And so we kind of, went through that, rewrote all the technical orders and publications working together to be able to do that. Did some tests to try and break stuff. We broke it and then fixed it. And now we just continue to try and break and fix and break and fix. And then, we're moving the program forward and getting it so that when they're ready and they can get everything going, then hopefully they have a sustainable program and it's built in, as it's baked in from the very beginning. So with that, this kind of gets to our whole philosophy, right? And so, these are the different business lines that we really kind of provide within our asset management and planning program. We integrated it with our master planning because, you can't have good planning without good data and knowing how the assets are actually performing, right? So we purposely have integrated those programs. And then, these look like stovepipes, but really it's all integrated together, right? I mean, in order to really understand your real estate portfolio and what you need to do, whatever your goals are, if you're trying to optimize or if you're trying to become more efficient or you're trying to reduce or you're trying to grow, you have to know this stuff, right? And so there's some key things that you need to know. There's a full spectrum of things that are required, right? From your real property to even your environmental and your natural infrastructure, but there's areas that you might have gaps in, and it's just kind of like picking those gaps and let's fill the gaps, right? And so our philosophy is really just to help you understand where you're at, and then support you to move your program forward in whatever that might be, right? So love to talk to you. We have quite a few folks here from my builder team that have been out in the field and doing some of your assets out there. Love to come by and chat. And if you have any feedback for us, love to take it. If we've done any of your data and you have a problem with it, call me. We'll fix it. Right? Like my goal for you is that you have confidence in your data, right? And so I'll honor that. If we screwed something up, the only way we can fix it is if you tell me about it. So please do that. And with that, I guess I'll turn it over to the next person and, give you back the time that I might have left. Thanks a lot, everybody.
All right, and next on order is Stantec. Right?
Thank you. So, good morning. I'm Ray Best. I'm a vice president with Stantec. For those of you that have attended this conference a number of times, you'll notice it's kind of sort of a new name to you, perhaps, as a sponsor. There's a reason for that. And basically, Cardno is now Stantec, and that was an acquisition that occurred 13 months ago. We're through the name change process, so in the future, think of Stantec in the asset management realm, and Cardno is being phased out, except for a couple of instances which I'll talk about in a minute in going through things, and also works well in with Greg Padgett and WSP. We have similar situations in many ways. So Cardno is now Stantec, so it's Stantec. I still mess up and say Cardno a lot, but that I'll get over it. So who is Stantec? Stantec's a top 10 architecture and engineering firm globally, operating with something on the order of 26,500 employees, so we're big. We went from big to bigger, maybe, as a lot of us tend to do in this industry. So we operate globally. and can support pretty much anything, anywhere in the world. We have 5 main service areas that we break our business into: buildings, energy, environmental, infrastructure, and water, and offer a plethora of services. I'm not going to go into any of them or all of them because even I'm still figuring it out these days, into it a year later. And then we, like a lot of major firms, we have a government services entity that is focused on U.S. government or federal government, and in particular, the biggest enterprise and property owner in the world, the Department of Defense. And we break our government services entity into 2 major areas: build infrastructure, sort of grouping these services together as service lines, and then natural infrastructure, which sort of does the other world, the NEPA, the remedial action, the aerial data acquisition, and things like that. So in the builder realm, we pretty much know exactly how many square feet we've assessed. We've been doing builder since 2005, when it was first rolled out by the Navy and the Marine Corps, and we're involved in many of the program developments, and then just continued over the years to cover pretty much the world and mobilized around the world in some pretty interesting locations where builder's been applied. Some of our customers you can see here. We've worked for all of them: Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, NOAA, DLA, a variety of clients. So, we probably have worked for you or with you in a number of activities. We do offer training, and in fact wrote the Army's DPW Schools training course for builder. We also wrote the training program for the Marine Corps, and continue to offer that as a service. We offer business case analysis, which is an outgrowth of your capital investment strategies, in particular a lot of work for NOAA in that arena, where they're restationing or recapitalizing particularly their shipborne activities or shore support of shipborne activities. We do a lot of military master planning, also related to the builder, and integrate that, and that's around the world. We do dashboarding, data optimization, data analytics, Maximo implementation. We did the Maximo implementation for the Coast Guard, the entire Coast Guard, including the entire equipment inventory of their systems, which is in Maximo, which of course integrates with Builder in that regard. And then your dashboarding of that information as well at all Coast Guard installations. And then last, but certainly not least, like a lot of us, we're seeing climate risk, climate resilience as being an area that people are particularly interested in, and we are tying our builder analytics to the climate change analytics for customers such as OBO around the world. That's the Overseas Building Office of the State Department. So that's sort of a real quick once around the world on Stantec. And if you have any questions, I'm around. I also am going to wreak my revenge on Daryl Setzer. Please stand up. Daryl's here. And we're going to find out if Robin St. Charles rolled out of bed this morning. I don't see Robin. Busted. Oh, there he is. All right. And last but not least, Doug Barnard. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And with that, I'm going to turn extra time over to the next person, which is, I'll even introducing Greg Padgett with WSP. And one thing I will note, one last thing, is we do a lot of work. You'll see the Cardno Amic JV, which will still exist because name changes are difficult in the government system, but we do a lot of work with the new WSP as well. So with that, thank you.
There you go.
All right, there we go. Okay, well, thank you, Ray. And yes, we do quite a bit of work with you guys and enjoy it. We're going to talk a little bit about that today. So my name is Greg Padgett. I'm a Senior Vice President with WSP. And so, okay, what are we doing? Here we
Just gonna
go.
go full screen.
All righty. Let me see. All right, so let me just start with who is WSP. So we are the former Wood, AMEC, Foster Wheeler, MacTech. You guys may have heard of those names. That's the organization that became a part of the WSP family last year. And so we're a longtime builder practitioner and delighted to be a platinum sponsor. We've done this a number of times, and this is a very important business for us, and so we're delighted to be here. So WSP is a large federal government contractor, and I think they're one of the largest engineering design firms in the world. I'm just getting to know them, frankly. But they have hundreds of contracts, and we provide master planning, design analysis, a lot of the skills that you would expect from an outfit like that. The most important thing for you guys here, though, is that we have a 40-year history supporting builder, FCAs, and all of the wood builder specialists are now with WSP. So this slide just shows you the builder contracts that we hold, and many of these we hold with Cardinal. They have been a key partner of ours since 2004 is what I got, Ray. And we continue to work with them collaboratively. But we have work, you can see, for all the major DoD entities, and we can do work for you guys under any of these mechanisms. And again, the take-home message on this slide is many of these contracts are either in a joint venture or prime or sub with Cardinal, so you really get both of our firms when you use these mechanisms. So this is a slide that I know the Cerro guy yesterday put one up. This is one that is kind of our interpretation of the SMS history. And, we've been involved with it from the beginning in the 80s. So it started with paver and roofer, and we were involved in that. And then we started with DLA, FCAs in early 2005. And then we created our own software package called Vertex. And it's very similar to Builder at the time, and the Navy asked us to implement that across their entire enterprise. And so we did that from 2005 to 2010. And then you can see that Builder was moving along at that time, and so ultimately the Navy asked us to migrate their data from Vertex to Builder. We did that. We also have been involved with the Air Force, their pilot program, and involved with the SIA program when it happened in 2011. Today, we're heavily involved with the Marine Corps Builder program and with AFRIC. And we also have the Mobile District contract that I talked about. And again, so the message here is we have lots of highly qualified builder people that have been doing that for quite a while. This last slide just shows you some of the projects that we have accomplished simultaneously. And we've got the capacity to do that. And we've got a robust QA process, and we can also provide the builder training services for you. So the last thing I just wanted to tell you that let's see if anybody's here. Josh, David Smith. Yeah, there's Josh. David, there's David. Is Ken here? Ken, okay. These are and there's Whitney. Okay, so these are our guys. Our booth is back here. They're the technical experts. If you have questions about the technical issues, these are the folks to talk to. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I believe I'm done, Kurt. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks again to our sponsors. We couldn't be here without them. We're going to start setting up for the next panel discussion, so if you need to take a quick break. We have a lot of slides to get through today, a lot of different talks. We're going to try to end early and get you out of here about 3 o'clock. So we'll start setting up if you're in the next panel, and then see you in 5.
do have one missing panelist. Could you go round up Steve? I think he's out. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So delighted to moderate this panel on PRV and really the future of PRV or plant replacement value. On our panel, we have Julie Krebs, who is the program manager for Builder at NNSA. I think she's already been introduced a couple of times and probably needs no introduction in the Builder community at this point. We also have Renelda Lechner-Strand from Lawrence Livermore National Lab. She works with Julie, but also works with DOE's really enterprise-wide facility information management system. She is the FIMS administrator at Lawrence Livermore. We have my colleague, Joe Kelby, who is a senior project manager at Gordian and supports NNSA's builder costing system. And just arriving on stage, we have Steve DeRosier, who is the CTO for Alpha Facilities. So we're going to spend this is mostly going to be conversational, but we're going to spend just a couple of minutes kind of teeing up and making sure that everybody has a common understanding of PRV, which is distinct from some of the other replacement costs within Builder. So just a little bit of a PRV and FCI primer. Facility, everybody here know what facility condition index is and what it means? Okay, like Asset Management 101. So the FCI has a long history in federal asset management, really kind of emanated from higher education. But in the early 2000s, as the executive orders came out and there was policy established in alignment with that, the FCI kind of became the required metric. And you got to have two things for an FCI. You've got to be able to quantify your deferred maintenance, and you've got to be able to come up with a current replacement value. It goes by a few different names. Sometimes it's PRV or plant replacement value, RPV or replacement plant value if you want to switch it, or CRV for current replacement value, not to be confused with component replacement value in Builder. Right. But it was really the early metric that was established for tracking KPIs, calculating catch-up costs, and really tracking condition over time. Builder really kind of, I won't say it changes the game, but it evolves our understanding of FCI and PRV. So when we talk about PRV in Builder, or the calculation of an FCI in Builder, Builder's refined that numerator, right? It's no longer just a simple quantification of deferred maintenance. It's a much more intelligent view of work requirements. And the question is, how does the plant replacement value also need to evolve? And how do we increase the fidelity of the plant replacement value? And we could even ask, is the FCI still relevant? Builder introduces a whole range of metrics beyond FCI. Is FCI still relevant, or is BCI better? And what other applicability does PRV have? So it may no longer be tied to just that FCI metric, but does the plant replacement value calculation have other values? And I think Julie will speak to NNSA's view of PRV and how they're using it. But PRV can be used as a benchmark for ongoing maintenance investments, with that kind of standard floor being 2 to 4% of PRV. So getting the funding that you need is really dependent upon an accurate, calculating an accurate PRV. Evaluating maintain versus replacement decisions, and then even budgetary estimates of replacing facilities and other infrastructure. There is a National Academy study that is imminent. I don't know if anybody else is tracking this, but they've been working on it for a few years. And it's really gonna point to the need for better cost modeling tools, including better tools for PRV, but with a focus on not just tracking lagging metrics of an FCI, but how do you actually get to leading metrics to inform investment decisions? We put together a little bit of a matrix of different PRV calculation options, and here I'm going to ask folks to jump in and share a little bit. Steve, can I ask you to maybe speak to the builder roll-up and CAT code options, and you know, your view of the good, the bad, the ugly, the advantages, disadvantages of either of both of those options?
Sure. So we've got 4 options here. The first option is CRV. So it's an inventory-based PRV. So if you do a complete inventory, your PRV is, you know, all the parts of your building, your PRV could be. And so that's one option. Another option, and what the DoD has done, and I imagine almost everybody in here is familiar with the DoD facility pricing guide, is they do a parametric from the top down, where I built 10 of these buildings in the last year. On average, it was this when you take out the area cost factor. And so there's a top-down estimate. And then there is, you have commercial options like RS Means, Whitestone. There are other options that do things, you know, do it differently, and those are more bottom. I know RS Means is a bottom-up estimate. So they start with what's typically in this kind of building, and they add all the parts and pieces and add it up and say, this is the building PRV. And then the fun one, which is the hybrid, right? You don't have to do just one of these. You can do multiple ways. So if your builder you've only done the 7 systems like the Air Force, or you're only doing renewable systems, so you can do those parts as inventory based, but then you can use a parametric model. You can run another model. The DoD model doesn't work for that. You have to use a commercial option where you can run and do a parametric estimate for the parts that you did not inventory. So those are some different ways that you can generate the PRV.
Super. Joe, do you want to speak a little bit to how, at least in the Gordian world with RS Means data, how the models are created from the bottom up, and how they can be adjusted? And then I'm going to turn to Julie to talk a little bit about the way that they've implemented a hybrid approach.
So like Steve was saying, and he uses RS Means data, which Gordian is RS Means. So we start with the unit cost and turn them into assemblies, and we start from the bottom, so each one would be all your plumbing fixtures, all your HVAC. Roll them up into an assembly. So an assembly, like most of us know, the wall is, you know, studs, sheetrock, the taping, the paint, and then we roll those into a model. So we keep going up. Oh, thank you. So, and then we actually create models. We do a bunch for the commercial product, which a lot of people that work in the government and schools and federal use. And then we've done, originally there were 75 that were done for a DOE, and we've now changed those into almost 300 for NNSA's use, to use for their RPV. So, do you want to dwell on that, Julie, or do you want me to keep going?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so what we've done is we've created what's called the cost engine. So we have our model sitting over here, and we look at the builder data and say, okay, they have a 2x3 window, the model has a 4x4. We swap it out, we put the 2x3 window into our model, and then anything that's missing in builder, like foundations, a lot of people don't know what their foundations are, such, we'll use the model to do that. And then we return that value into builder, so there's their new RPV. So they pick up a lot of things that they don't know is, you know, a lot of people don't know what the plumbing is behind the wall, so they'll use the averages out of the model.
So Julie, do you want to speak a little bit about how NNSA started this journey, and what you see as the value in the NNSA specific models? And if you want to speak to the, you know, kind of the graphic a little bit, would be great.
Yeah, sure. So the NNSA several years ago in our early implementation, we knew we wanted to do PRV a little differently. We call it RPV because, again, we're special, right? We have to be different. Same concept, though. So, we all have the annual reporting requirement to feed it up to the FRPP, right? So it's something that we annually would have to put into FIMS, and Ronelda is very keen on making sure, everything's in there, everything's got a number, and looking at it, especially, back towards acquisition cost and making sure that they look normal, right? So we decided to do, the different approach. We've talked about it some in the past to this same audience, where the traditional way of doing it is, you just come up with an office type square foot model, and then you just say, here's your dollar per square foot, multiply it by your gross square feet, there's your general cost. We felt like that was not really accurate enough. We needed something that would much better reflected the actual cost of each one of our individual facilities. So we do have a lot of common facilities, our offices, warehouses, that are very similar across all of our organizations. We do, however, have a lot of very unique facilities, one-off in the world, very expensive, very hard to replace, and we don't really want to be reporting, a generic dollar per square foot against that, right? So we reached out to Gordian to help us develop this graphic you see, developing what we call the cost engine. It's a companion software program to Builder that basically harvests all of the actual inventory from Builder, still comes up with, as Joe mentioned, a basic model, and kind of is that hybrid approach. It takes the best of both worlds. It's always, each one of our models at a minimum has the Builder CRV for it, and then it might have some additional base model inventory or parametric items on top of that. So that was a huge win for us in a lot of different ways. One, we have much more accurate costs with our facilities, and we're meeting on a regular with Gordian, Ronelda weekly or monthly now. They're going over each individual building, making sure we have the right catalog items, the right costs for all those parts and pieces that gets us that CRV, as well as making sure that the model inventory themselves represents the facility accurately from there. So we have developed a lot of new models that meets a lot of building needs across our sites, and we also have very unique models that are only used for the one, specialized plutonium facility or what have you from there. So the advantage that we saw not only was that we're getting better replacement costs for our facilities, for planning metrics and other things, but it freed us up to not have to track as much inventory in Builder, and that was a huge win that we did not anticipate, right? So by having the hybrid approach, we don't have to have branch wiring in our Builder inventory. We don't have to have the plumbing we have no idea behind the wall. We don't have to track all of these things that normally when we are calculating deferred maintenance or our work plan in Builder, we're basically kind of policing out anyways. We're like, I don't want work items to replace my branch wiring. I don't want it for plumbing. I don't want it for my foundation. So if I'm not generating metrics against certain pieces of inventory and they don't have a huge hit or hurt us in some way as far as our overall condition, why am I feeding the data beast and calculating it? Because those costs now are reflected in the base models, so I still get the benefit of getting it in my total building replacement cost, but now I don't have to track it in my inventory, deal with work orders, or trying to handle it in other ways. So it actually helped us across the board in a lot of our Builder data management, rather than just getting a really good cost that we can feel better about and is more accurate to the in-situ facilities that we have out there.
I'd love to ask Ronelda to weigh in, because you're working not just within an SA, but with the DOE-wide system. And of course, some of these models emanated from that executive order in the early 2000s. DOE kind of leaned in on custom models, and it's been greatly expanded by NNSA. But do you have a perspective from not just the Builder ecosystem, but the federal real property reporting and the FIMS system that's used throughout DOE? How does this actually play out at Lawrence Livermore and the different systems that you are reporting into?
Right. Can y'all hear me? Okay. So as Lisa mentioned, the replacement plant value, or PRV, that some of you in this room would equate to it, the requirement to calculate what it would cost to replace a facility is not just unique to Lawrence Livermore and NSA or any of you in here. And in the federal property tool for the Department of Energy, they have these base models that, to be honest with you, as a as being responsible for it, it's hard to be able to defend what that tool would actually calculate because it doesn't have the uniqueness and the hybrid approach. I mean, we have some unique facilities that cost billions of dollars to replace. And I think in their federal tool, I couldn't even get it more than like 900 million. So to me, it's apples and oranges as far as the cost. We get a more precise calculation that's more, in my opinion, more defendable.
So Builder and the cost engine has
Yes.
helped not just refine and make it more accurate, but in many cases increase the PRV.
It does. And like I said, it's something that I feel it's easier to defend
Yeah.
because we all live out it, so.
So as I was getting around talking to a lot of people that are smarter than me in preparation for this panel, I spoke yesterday with the guys from Cerro. I've spoken to some of the folks that are involved in this National Academy study, and there was this phrase that kept bubbling up around: is the juice worth the squeeze? How do you right size the effort to get to a more accurate PRV? And so I'm gonna. It's an interesting, so I've got two screens going here. So is the juice worth the squeeze? And it's really interesting, this old National Academy study from 1996 basically says, you don't need the PRV, the CRV to be that accurate. Just get close enough, and it all rolls up anyway. And so, good enough is good enough. NNSA has made a big investment in this costing tool, but with a clear vision of what you're trying to accomplish. So I'm going to ask Julie, is the juice worth the squeeze to refine the PRV, and what ultimate value do you get out of that?
I certainly think it's worth it because it helps us get a much better handle on what it would take what it takes to modernize our entire enterprise, right? So when you have $6 billion facilities going up and its old facility is $900 million, that's hard to get your stakeholders around to realize that big of a gap, right? Like, you think these old buildings, you're like, let's just go out and, rebuild a new, a 1944 building, and boy, won't it be great, and all of that. And it's like, well, there's still some uniqueness there. While it may be outdated technologies, old construction, not sustainable in different ways, it gives you a starting point to start thinking about it. But a lot of our past leadership was still designing and thinking about replacing it with that 900 million. Like, I can spend about 900 million and I'll be able to do it. When in actuality, like I said, we have a facility that is 900 million, but it's going in new construction today of 6 billion with a B, right? So that's a hard jump to go from here. So being able to have better costs for the in-situ facilities really does help us get a handle for what our enterprise really costs, right? And one thing that we found before we really started implementing Builder and really diving into the parts and the pieces down from that bottom-up mentality is we have been drastically under-reporting the risks that we have to our infrastructure, right? A lot of the traditional way of us measuring our metrics was, we're just going to submit metrics that we feel like are really actionable, giving funding, given resourcing, giving what we can really do, not showing the whole dirty laundry list of all of the risks we have. And so now that we can kind of look at every single piece across the enterprise, and we're getting better costs from everything, from the CRV up to the RPV, we can start to really say, wow, these are our total risks. And now we can actually start playing that shell game of where do we actually want to buy down those risks in our total plan. Where in the past, we didn't even know what all the risks were out there. And so by doing this costing, I think that really helps us. And we're looking at ways for what we're going to do for the future. I think you have something about that here a little later on, so I'll save my piece.
Okay.
But yes, we have found it very, very worthwhile to date.
Okay. So let's move on to maybe talking about what are The expanded use of PRV, because clearly, what I'm hearing is it's not about the FCI for NNSA. It's about other metrics and other value.
Yeah,
From
I'll
your
say
perspective,
with
what,
that,
yeah.
we have not really used FCI, per the FRPC definition, right? We have not really reported that. It feeds into the annual reporting metrics because, we do submit repair needs, we do submit our costs, and they're automated, at the Fed level for that. We are using sort of maybe like a version of that now. So we, in the 2018 National Defense Authorization Act, they created a new metric for us. They basically told us, like, hey, like, how do you want to be measured for how you're doing? Well, deferred maintenance was kind of just what we had at the time, right? And like we felt pretty good about. And this was kind of pre-getting Builder all into it. And so we agreed to buying down so much DM by a certain date over time. DM is, we're not in love with just DM. It doesn't tell the whole picture, right? So it just tells us where all the problems are, but not necessarily is it actionable. Like, I'm not gonna buy down the DM in a facility I'm running to retirement, right? I'm gonna save it and work, recapitalize the whole facility later on. So within the last couple of years, we actually said, okay, just kidding, we'd really like you to measure us on DM over RPV, right? Which is essentially like a FCI without doing, the little bit of extra math on that. So we do feel like, okay, well, that's a little bit better, because then you can start to use that to decide whether it makes sense to modernize a facility or rebuild, right? If you've got a lot of, repair and replacement needs within the facility over the total cost, when that gets, a little top heavy on there, then you go, okay, I need to build a new building, because then I'm just throwing money after bad. We still don't love that metric even as it is, right? We want to have something that's a little bit more condition-based. We still don't have a piece to tell us the functionality of it. Right now, we're still just tracking the condition of the facility. We need all those functionality pieces on there, trying to answer questions. Is it seismically sound? Is it code compliant? Do I have obsolete, equipment in there that poses a big risk for me? So that's another leg that we're trying to bring in. So we're trying to think of more of a, an idealistic golden metric that just kind of tells us what to do, which we'll never get there. But gets us a little bit closer, and by refining the parts and pieces of these metrics that we're talking about, that gives us those pieces that we can start to have more of a comprehensive view, and we know how to better utilize the investment that we get in a smart and efficient way.
So how do we shift from lagging metrics that tell us how much a facility is failing to leading metrics that really help us proactively make investment decisions tied to mission?
Absolutely, yep.
So, Steve, I'd like to ask you, because you work with a variety of customers with Builder implementation. How is PRV being used in your world with your customers? Is FCI still important, or is PRV being used for other purposes, like in an NNSA?
Both. So we do a lot of work in Builder, but we do a lot of work with other clients using other software. And the number one metric that people use in the whole world is FCI. And as you know, PRV is key to getting a good FCI. Now, PRV is also used when you're starting to do budgets. Now, it's not exactly a percent of your PRV in the government. There's a separate sustainment calculation, but it's pretty close based on the PRV. So a lot of people, the goal has always been 3 to 4% of your PRV for, that's what your sustainment should be. And nobody's debunked that rule of thumb. Nobody's really proven that rule of thumb. It's just a rule of thumb that's out there. And I think it still lives, and that's the goal.
So getting to a more accurate PRV to inform sustainment budget.
Absolutely. And to have good FCIs. Good FCIs are key to many clients, many of our clients.
Are most of your customers are using the FAC or the CAC codes, or a hybrid of some sort?
So most of all the DoD clients have to use the DoD facility pricing guide. So they have that parametric top-down view of the PRV. Other clients, we almost always do a bottom-up kind of, like RS means. We get a complete inventory of the building, and we base it on the complete inventory. There are some places where we might do a hybrid, but, so we kind of do all the different methods that were listed in that slide earlier. We do, and it really depends on what the client wants, and that's what we do.
Do you have any methodology for dealing with the challenge that Julie spoke to around having to inventory everything if you're doing a roll-up in Builder?
So, again, it depends on what metric you're looking at, right? So if FCI is your key metric, I really like Julie's approach, because why spend the time to inventory things that are not gonna generate work? Because your FCI metric is all about work divided by PRV. Get a good PRV and only worry about the things that you're going to expire and generate work from. So the only other way, if I would look at doing a complete inventory, is if you based your PRV on a complete inventory. Then you need to set your settings in Builder such that those things that we call non-renewable systems don't generate work, and there's ways to do that in Builder. You can say, I'm putting it in the inventory and I want it there for my PRV, but never generate a repair work item, don't generate a paint, don't generate any work. So that's possible in Builder.
But you still have to go through the work of inventory.
You still got to do a little bit of work in inventory, and then it depends how much you're using BCI. And so BCI is only the weighted average of the sections you've inventoried. So you can have a whole nother debate on whether do I include my non-renewable systems in my BCI calculation, or should my BCI calculation just be the renewable systems?
Joe, do you want to speak to some of the challenges that we uncovered with NNSA and addressed around the remove and replace cost
Sure.
basis and the challenges that presents in pulling a PRV out of Builder inventory components?
So when I started working with NNSA back in 2017, we realized that the basic catalog is remove and replace. They did not want that, because you're kind of double dipping too, if you have the same. So we took the approach that we have an installed cost only here, and then a separate removal cost, so that you get a more true RPV. And we also, the base catalog has 3,500 catalog lines in it. NNSA's catalog now is almost 12,000 lines. We continue 80 to 100 lines each month. And part of that, too, is the general others and unknowns. For NNSA, they were placeholders. We got rid of the generals and the unknowns and just use the other as a placeholder till we find out, is it a 10-ton chiller, a 20-ton chiller, or whatever. And we use the average cost of all of the chillers, say, in that group. So going back, and Steve and I had this conversation yesterday, most people don't know that in the base catalog, there's 1,600 roughly general others and unknowns. And they were priced as, the general category was the engineer's best guess what that could be, because all it said was general. The other was the average of everything in that group. You know, again, I use the chillers, so, you know, it could be a 1,000-ton chiller based out of all the chillers. And then the unknown is the highest dollar value in each of those categories. So you get the, you know, the 500,000-ton chiller price. So if you can get rid of those generals and the unknowns, you're in better shape for getting a truer RPV. And also, there's age categories in there that a lot of people don't use. There's 160 of those. So.
Sorry, I've got two screens going here, trying to stay ahead of myself. Renelda and Julie, do you guys want to speak to the topic of linear assets? Is there anything unique in trying to establish the PRV of linear assets? And is it easier to pull that straight out of Builder rather than having to model it?
You want to start? Sure. Go for it.
So for our linear facilities, and I'm talking about everything from, you know, our potable water system to our roadways, you know, you name it. We actually do rely on the bottoms up. But we are fortunate at Livermore that we actually have inventoried all of our linear components in our master equipment list that is in our CMMS. And through a CMMS integration, all of those bits and pieces have essentially been added to Builder. So if we were to look at all, you know, all 1,200 of our road sections, they all would do a bottoms-up roll-up for our linear versus having a traditional model. That is the approach we have taken at Livermore.
Yeah, so also special. So we put all of our real property in Builder. We decided very early on that, you know, the utilities module was kind of spinning up about the same time we were doing our initial inventory across the enterprise. And we decided we didn't want to really wait for that to kind of see where that came about. And so if it's real property, whether it's a cell phone tower, it's a guard shack, it's a road, it's all of it goes into Builder, and we create catalog items for it. So we're managing everything within the Builder system. When we switch to the ESMS, you know, there may be, you know, we're constantly looking at, you know, what are the other modules in there, the utilities module. There's been talk about maybe floating like a structures module at some point. So we might take advantage of those once we switch over, but right now we're just treating it just like anything else. We create catalog items for components we need. And the challenge, as she mentioned, is, you know, for a lot of our others, we couldn't really create models for those to do that straight hybrid approach because most of the others are highly unique for each of our sites. You know, we can't just say this utility looks the same way as that utility. Do I include manholes in this? And, you know, I've got all these extra pieces. So instead of doing it for that, we created, or Gordian created for us just a generic model. So it'll still process through the cost engine. It just doesn't have any base model inventory associated with it. So our parts and pieces are just a bottom-up CRV cost for each of those catalog items. So instead of building the model for an OSF, we just build all the pieces it needs for the catalog. You only use the ones you need for that. And so our CRV is the same for, RPV and CRV are the same for all of those others, which is a little different than the building, so that we do have to inventory all of the parts and pieces that we want to contribute to the condition, to our deferred maintenance, and all of that. So,
And be weighed into the BCI also.
and yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But a little more manageable with linear assets to pull it out of the inventoried Builder.
Right, right.
Let's talk a little bit about transformation of facilities. So there's this facility modernization. You mentioned, like, we wouldn't actually want to build the same building that we built in the 1940s. You've got new building codes that have to be addressed. You have really changing space needs in some building types. We're now in still in the work from home and teleworking era for many folks and many facilities. How are you looking to account for those kind of facility transformations in your PRV, knowing that what you're going to build is going to be significantly different?
Right. We've been kind of floating around this idea that we haven't actually taken, you know, formal action on it, but we do need sort of a companion PRV metric, right? So we have often this problem of, like I said, you know, the 1944 building, $900 million, its replacement facility is $6 billion, but we still want to use RPV for planning in our, you know, to get a sense for what would the replacement look like, right? So we've been eyeballing the idea of, can we create two metrics, right? Can we have the one that describes the in-situ facility that we report to the Fed is consistent across, you know, not only Department of Energy, but the rest, all of us, right? So it's an apples to apples. But can we then take that metric, add some factors on top of it to try to come up with a modernization RPV, one that we can better use for our planning metrics to try to better approximate what would it take to replace this facility? And so thinking about things of taking the builder inventory and maybe in a cost engine type approach, be able to swap it out and say, oh, I see single pane windows. Well, get them up to triple pane. Oh, I see this outdated type of chiller. Get it up to the most, energy efficient one as possible. Oh, this is an old construction technique. We're never going to build a wood structure again. Well, get it to metal studs or something like that. So trying to do a swapping out of things that we could build a logical library against, and then probably doing some additional research to look at what's an additional factor that we might want to add on top of it, maybe just as a pure percentage to account for the, I have no idea what the new thing is going to be, but I need to have some kind of something. And do it in a data-driven way, not just, hey, 20% sounds good, but look at all of our replacements maybe we've done over the years and say, of all the office spaces that we've done, what's the difference between the original construction and what we did for it, and what are the things? So try to look at maybe by facility group or things to kind of say, if I'm an office, maybe it's a 10% fluff factor that might catch some of those new things. If I'm a production level facility, maybe I need to have a 50% on top of it because there's a whole lot of unknowns that go into it. But trying to think about how do we have a companion RPV metric, that one for reporting, one for planning.
I'm going to throw it's probably the last question at maybe Joe and Steve. How does the functionality of Builder, how could we evolve? How could the guys at Cerro, who I think might still be here, evolve the functionality within Builder to better support these evolving methodologies of calculating PRV? Are there ways that Builder needs to evolve? I mean, obviously the cost engine, which relies on Digon's technology to integrate, is one way with some bolt-on tools. But is there native functionality within Builder and next up ESMS that could enhance the way that we calculate PRVs?
Take it first, I'm still thinking.
Okay. So, see Matt over there. One of the things that I would really like for the non-DOD clients is to have, we've got the checkbox that says, don't calculate the PRV, enter it. It'd be nice to have a checkbox that says PRV equals the sum of the CRV for the people who don't have to live by the DOD facility price book and who do a complete inventory. Now, make sure you're doing a complete inventory before you do this, or your PRV will be way out of whack. But that's the easy button, because if I have a client that wants to do that now, what I gotta do is I gotta run a report, grab the total CRV, and then copy that from the Excel document, and then go over, paste it in the PRV, click the checkbox and hit save, right? So I'm lazy, so I don't wanna do that. I'd rather just hit a checkbox, so.
Any thoughts, Joe?
Yeah, so, and I'm gonna go back to like the catalog items. So you have a drop down for the catalog items, and we've created certain ones for NNSA. So say you have something typically in each, and they did it in square footage, I'm gonna give them square foot. So when you get the drop-down menu, you could have, something in each square foot KVA, and you don't see the whole description or the unit of measure. So what we've started doing is putting right in the description, per KVA, whatever. But if it had also in there the unit of measure in the same line, it'd be easier to choose. That way you don't pick the wrong unit of measure for something. And, you all of a sudden you get a $15 million door, because whoops, I picked the wrong unit of measure. So that's the biggest one I think right now.
I'm looking for our hosts. I think we were scheduled for 50 minutes. Do we want to take a couple of questions, or are we scheduled for a break now? Okay. Do we have a mic going around somewhere? There we go.
It's coming.
In the purple here.
All the way over the other side of the room.
Catching what CRV is. So it's the component replacement value. It's just the rolled up cost of all of your records, inventory records and Builder and the cost. So, you put in your doors, your walls, your windows, your HVAC, each one of those has the replacement cost. It's just the summation of that, your builder inventory cost. And it's as, for us, you know, it's as burdened by the cost modifiers.
So it's the smaller level cost of that
Right.
component level.
Right.
And I just want to add to that for NNSA people, if you have a general or an unknown in there, it's got a $0 figure. So it's not going to roll up and equal everything that you think it might.
Other questions?
There's one.
From the Navy, from NAFAC. Question about the RPV replacement, does that stand for replaceable plant value?
Yeah, replacement plant value. It's just, we're special, we gotta switch it around for whatever reason.
No, I understand. So you said it's scalable and, but you don't, it's not parametric. Is that true? So it's both? So
It's both. So, I mean, as far as, you know, parametric in the sense of the modeling, it is the hybrid. So it takes all of the builder inventory and then just adds anything else that's coming in from the model that it doesn't see. So that branch wiring, that plumbing, it'll just add, you know, the generic from the model to it. But it's also not, you know, a dollar per square footage. It just adds that inventory for what's appropriate for that building.
But the model itself is parametric, but it's
Correct.
overridden by actual inventory. Is that, the model, the underlying model is parametric?
So one of the problems with the DoD methodology and the DoD pricing guide for calculating PRV is it's meant to be the most average of that population of DoD FAC, which is facility analysis category, or in the individual CAD codes that make up that facility. However, many times you have a different kind of construction, right? So you may have, and the question that was asked earlier about CRV, sometimes the CRV will weigh heavily compared to PRV just because of an inventory of reality compared to an inventory of a model that's an ill fit for that facility. So, I mean, it's quite probable that CRV should outstrip PRV in many cases in the real world. And then I was just interested in whether or not, so the way that NNSA is using the builder product, and I like the easy button idea from Steve for non-DoD clients, but the way that you're doing it should be something that DoD might take into consideration for how they calculate PRV in the future. Thank you.
To my view, what's good about the FAC or the CAT codes is they're rooted in reality. They're looking at actual structures that have been built, but there's no way to adapt that to what your structure actually looks like for calculation of PRV. And then there's this intersection because the same suite of tools is used to inform MILCON budgets and, you know, the 1391s. And so it's, you know, it assumes that if we built this so many times in the last 3 years, it's just going to cost that plus an escalation factor. And all of us know, especially in volatile markets like we've experienced in the last few years, that's a dangerous assumption. So to my view, the ideal system would have the bottoms up parametric model intersected with inventory, and then probably cross-checked with what I will call program analytics, reconciling that, looking at the differences between those models and the sample set of buildings, facilities that have actually been built to continuously adapt the parametric models moving forward. So you could intersect, you know, really the CAT code methodology with some of these bottoms-up parametric models and come up with better system.
So I want to add to that. So I have the pleasure of teaching a lot of people how to use Builder. And it always comes up is, why don't the Builder dollars match my project dollars? Well, you got to understand, even, you know, the DoD facility pricing guys, parametric at a whole building. I mean, poor Joe here. I mean, if you look, there's only one entry for ceramic tile in the Builder catalog. If If you go into one of these big box stores, you see everything from $1 to $100, and this guy and his team has to pick out which one of those we're gonna use. So what are the odds of you picking the exact same ceramic tile for your project, right? So understand that builder is based on, at a low-level parametric cost, which is way better than a top-down approach. It's more accurate, but it's still a parametric cost. There is, and I like to call it builder dollars and US dollars, and there's no exchange rate. You can't go on the web and find the exchange rate between the two. So keep that in mind when you're looking at your cost. Questions?
There's one more question, but I want to be sensitive to time. We're okay? Okay.
Hi, I'm
John.
John Glass with the Air Force. And for me, you know, PRV is kind of set at the Air Force level, and it's done on a macro level. And my question is, what if 6 months from now or a year from now, they said, we're going to do away with PRVs? What would that look like for everyone? Could we deal with that? And then my second thought is, for me, PRV is associated with your existing asset. And I'm in a branch called Requirements Identification. And what we're trying to do is get people to think about when somebody comes to them and say, I have a project, I'm trying to get them to step back and say, what is the customer's actual requirement? You had that dilapidated asset, and that's what they used to have. What do they need going forward? That old building is not their requirement. What's the building they need in the future? Because they had that old building that in 1940s, when it was built, they put a Willis Jeep through that door that was 8 feet wide, and today they're trying to get a Humvee through it, and the Humvee is 7 feet and 9 inches wide, and they got this much room on either side to squeeze that Humvee through. But they really need a new shop that has a door that's more than 8 feet, 0 inches wide, you know. So they have a different requirement. And so we, you know, the old PRV for that old building isn't the PRV for the new building that they need to build. And so the PRV for the new asset that is their new requirement isn't the PRV that we need to focus on when they walk in the door saying, I have a new requirement. It's the PRV associated with the old building, and it's, for me, it's a nice thing to compare when I'm adding up the CRV for the building. Is that CRV kind of say, do they have it right? Did they under inventory the building? Did they over inventory the building? When I'm looking at it, I'm the person that came up with the whole data confidence dashboard, and I see that they did 2% of CRV to PRV ratio. I'm like, you way under inventoried the building. Or if it's 10,000%, you over inventoried the building. Something's wrong. That's what I use PRV for. But I'm just curious, what if PRV went away? What would that look like? Would it disrupt everybody? Or could we live without it?
The answer is, it depends, right? All right, that's the first thing you're taught as a consultant is never say no, but I do. And always say it depends. And a really good consultant would always ask that question back to you and make you answer it, but I'm not that good. So I will answer your question. So the first of all, a majority of the world's primary key performance indicator on the current building condition is FCI. And so therefore they need a PRV, okay? I know the DOD is looking at their primary KPI being BCI. BCI is independent of PRV, so you eliminate the problems, and I'm actually going to talk a little bit more about that in the next talk. But so if you don't care about FCI, you don't need a PRV. If you have another way to generate your sustainment dollars. How are you going to do that? So if you get rid of PRV, how are you going to get your sustainment cost for your buildings, especially in the DOD? Now, we had this talk the other day in the hallway. I really like your story about trying to squeeze a Hummer through, you know, you got an itch, you better put the mirrors in, right, before you pull into that drive. But that's a functional adequacy problem. That's not a condition problem, right? So when you're looking at condition, and FCI and PRV are based on condition, what is the state of my current building as is? Condition doesn't worry about whether I'm ADA compliant. It doesn't worry about whether I have enough science labs in my building. It's what is what I have, okay? So you have a really big functional adequacy problem, and that building could be brand new. So from a condition perspective, you can have a brand new building with an FCI of 100 and a BCI of 100, but that's why Builder has a functional adequacy model, and it has that PI score, because it sounds like it's totally inadequate for your functional adequacy. So, and you'll see in the next talk, we're going to talk about using multiple KPIs, not just a single KPI, to manage your work and what you do with the building. You know, it's more about one indicator. So we can do away with PRV because you don't care about FCI, we're good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna challenge you on that, because I think I heard Julie say, they don't really care about FCI, but they do care about PRV.
We do use it from a planning perspective to
Yeah.
get a sense for what it's going to take for recapitalize.
Yeah.
And so our stakeholders are very big on wanting to look at how much our enterprise really costs
Yeah.
for that. So
Yeah.
whether that's right or wrong, and we need to evolve, that's the state of what it is. I mean, it is a federally required metric at this point, and our congressional stakeholders really do look at those numbers and look forward. Again, doesn't mean that we can't evolve, but for us, we can't do away with it yet. That's why we would like to have a companion metric that's one that's a little bit more usable for planning for the future, rather than just a backwards view of this is how the cost of what we have.
And that would work for John really well, right? If you had the cost of this building, but the cost of the building you really needed, that would work for you, right?
Well, we know what we paid for the asset. You know what, you know, the contract cost when you purchased it, whether you purchased that building 10 years ago or 80 years ago, you have that construction cost. If you bought it 80 years ago, you've probably done some renovations.
I was gonna
And
say, you probably don't have
the
the
contract records, you know, the real property office has those numbers in the real property database. So that you have those numbers that are real. And then you have this PRV that they have a mathematical model that they change every year, and they recalculate that every year, and it goes up and down and all over the place. And, you know, did my building really change cost by $10 million from last year to this year? And then, you know, maybe it went down $10 million 2 years ago, and then, oh, this year we had inflation and it went up by $50 million because of inflation. You know, is that real? Maybe, maybe not.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I got a plot of that in the next thing, so hang on. I'll show you pictures.
Okay. Well, I thank all of you for your contributions here, and thanks, everyone.
Thanks for your questions. got here about 8:30, and they started 15 minutes early. So I put my stuff down, went to the restroom, and I came back, and they're starting to talk, and Kurt's grabbing me. So they were already up here introducing themselves as I'm walking up. Fashionably late. Okay, which is the very beginning. Good morning, everybody. Wow, it's got quiet fast. Thank you. So, yeah, he's always late. Good morning. Welcome to our talk, The Built Environment Performance Management Now and in the Future. Let's see, I'm the CTO, so let's see if I can learn new technology. Okay, but this is a hardware problem. I'm more of a software guy, so. Okay, so we're going to talk about several points in this briefing. What is the challenge that all of us face? If we wouldn't be here if we all had unlimited budgets, right? We're going to talk to you about some of the research findings we've done. We're going to talk to you about the potential power of using multiple KPIs to do your business, make your decisions. And then we're going to talk about the research that we've done in this, and then we're going to apply it to Builder. So what can Builder do now that we talked about in the research? And Builder does some things that are not in some of the research we did. So we're going to talk about Builder's capabilities and some other things you can do with Builder. So that's kind of the overview of where we're going. So the challenge is, how do you keep buildings in good condition and usable by the occupants, right? Especially now, you've got environmental standards, you've got air quality, you've got water, you've got energy. All these things that come into play on what your buildings have to do. So there's so much coming at you, you actually have to figure out how are you going to prioritize what you're doing. And the way you prioritize is you got to have some measurements. Those measurements are called key performance indicators, and we use them to trigger spending to adjust the condition and the state of our buildings to drive those key performance indicators back into the green. So I'm going to turn it over now to John Garcia, who's the CEO of Alpha Facilities. Okay, I'm not turning it over yet. So.
I'll cover the findings.
Okay, all right.
Steve's being way humble here. He's not on the current set of published papers, but there's a lot more work in play that he will be. So I'm his cameo appearance person.
Walk softly, but bring your boss. Right? There's, so, you know, we talk about the FCI, that's a financial indicator, but there's a lot of other things that business organizations need, right? There's organization goals, there's job satisfaction, there's the work environment. Is your building making the occupants sick, right? Bad air quality. So we were, and there's a lot of KPIs out there in the world. So Alpha joined up with Texas A&M, and we sponsored some research to identify what the key KPIs were. I see we have some Aggies. Gig 'em, right?
Pretty big stuff coming from a Raider and a UMass.
So A&M did this research, and they came and they found 6 different categories for key performance indicators. One of the things that you can use are user perception surveys. You might want to look at indoor-outdoor environmental quality, and it covers more than just the air. Functional index, we had a big discussion about functional adequacy in the last talk. Facility condition, which is the old standard, but there's a couple others that you may not be aware of. Maintenance efficiency and replacement efficiency. So we're going to get into some details about those. So user perception softwares. Some of you are probably building managers, and you hear all the time about your user's perception of what's going on in the building, right? So these things can be, you can find out about the indoor-outdoor quality, functional index stuff, condition things. You get information about all the other categories because the user tells you what's wrong with your building. Indoor-outdoor quality. So we've used this LEED EB Green Building Operations and Maintenance Reference Guide in some of our work. And it covers indoor air quality, site conditions, energy, water use, solid waste generation, and some of these topics, carbon, your carbon footprint right now, that's a big thing that's going on in the rest of the world. So all of these things are covered by that, those kinds of things. We use this document for that kind of work, I should say. Now, functional index. Functional index is very important. We get questions all the time. My building is in great shape, but I can't teach in that building. The lights, it's too dark. I don't have enough science classrooms. So functional adequacy is one of the metrics you use to figure out those types of things. I put an example up here. So it's easiest to implement functional adequacy when there's a guide, a manual that says what should be in this building, right? One of my favorites is did you know for Air Force libraries, there's supposed to be a 200-foot driveway for a book deposit. If it doesn't have a 200-foot driveway that leads to a book deposit, it's not functionally adequate in that one thing. The challenge is how much do you count off for that? And then how do you price it if you fix it? Okay, of course we have the facility condition index, and I wish they would have renamed it the financial condition index. Because that's, whenever I teach, that's what I tell people. It's the financial condition index. It's not what you think of when you walk into the building. It's what's wrong with this building that I have to replace now. Now, the maintenance efficiency index. Has anybody heard of the MEI? So here's a couple of algorithms that you could use to measure how well your maintenance efficiency is doing. So you can look at your total expenditure, but if you break it up by what am I spending on preventive maintenance versus what am I spending on corrective maintenance, right? Corrective maintenance bad, preventive maintenance good, if you break it down real simple. And you can do that on this spending on deferred maintenance. There's another metric there. The maintenance efficiency indicator, which is a roll-up of the ones above it. But my favorite one is the corrective preventive ratio, the CPR. That's where you take all the money you spent fixing things that were broke and divide it by the things, your normal O&M. You don't want that ratio high. You would much prefer to have a situation where you're spending all your money on preventive maintenance and that you're not getting into these unscheduled maintenance because something broke. And then your replacement efficiency indicator. It's pretty simple, is what percent of the things that needed to be replaced did you actually replace this year? So those are some of the metrics that are going out in the real world. Besides, you didn't see a lot of those in Builder, right? But those are some of the metrics that the people in academia are looking at. So we took that information, that was the first paper, and then we said, well, how do you deal with that? You know, how can you use multiple KPIs? Is it feasible to use multiple KPIs to decide what you're going to do with your building? So we built a simulation, right? So we built a simulation and we identified some, not all of the ones that I just described, but some of the ones we just described we put into the simulation. And then we ran the simulation with different strategies, right? Because KPIs just tell us something's wrong. You have to have a strategy for, deciding when is it wrong, right? Even something as simple as FCI. Is FCI 90 good and you're worried when it hits 89? Or is it 80 and you care about it when it hits 79? And then what do you do about it? How do you take all this information from multiple sources and decide, this is what we need to do. This is our strategy. And of course, the goal is to come up with the strategy, the right KPIs with the right strategy that minimizes the expense to the building owner over the life of the building. Pretty simple, right? Easy? Yeah. John said it's not rocket science. I tend to disagree.
He's a rocket scientist.
I used to be a rocket scientist, and buildings are really hard. Right? So, is this where you want to join in? Okay. I'm going to turn it over to John.
All righty, I'm going to skip back up to this slide. Good morning. Pleasure to be here. Steve, thank you. And this is, I think I was at the very first Builder Conference, and it's been a long time since then, and great to see everybody. What a great crowd post-COVID. Awesome. Congratulations, everybody. The work that Steve just did an awesome synopsis of took place from about 2009 to 2012. And then the results I'm going to share with you here is on the simulation side. So it consisted of a team of researchers from the university, myself and Steve. We brought on a statistical team out of Cleveland, not the pharmaceuticals, went to the petroleum chemical world to pull their resources and knowledges into how to build strategies for solving multivariate problems. And we went after it, and what you see on this paper shown here was a culmination in about 2014 of the first 5 years of research. And so there's a body of work that's been published in academia that what I'm going to go through and what Steve's gone through is really just skimming the tops of the trees. You're more than welcome to dive into all these papers. If you really want Somonex, there's a literature research that kicks it off. Go from 300 and some key performance indicators that were in industry then to the 6 that Steve described, and now we're still calling it, and another paper's coming out on current state of the world and KPIs. And we've been taking what we learned now about 7, 8 years ago and applying it, doing more research, and so that's the backdrop. So the demonstration had some basic objectives. To simulate the identified core KP outputs for using them in decision support, basically, demonstrating how the simulation allows the study of these correlations and relationships between and among the KPIs chosen, and then highlight the sensitivity of the outputs and the outcomes to input variables. So it's one thing to have strategies, it's also another thing to have some idea of how sensitive these strategies are to the unexpected. So that's the basis of what these strategies were driven by, and then also trying to keep the list of variables manageable, and this was our statistician's job, and you know that's a double-edged sword because they always want more data. And then our engineers, we just love crunching more data. And there was actually a great principal researcher that kept drawing us back. Hold on, you know, we're going off the charts. It's going to take 3 academic careers to do what y'all are talking about. So getting to the last part, to demonstrate the variability and future uncertainty, that the simulation method is a valuable tool. So like every simulation and every study, there's got to be a list of assumptions. And those assumptions were driven into 4 separate scenarios. You can read that as strategies. Had a building with 5 systems. We took variables such as maintenance budget, years until replacement, and you'll see a much longer list of variables that were varied in the 4 different scenarios, but those are the basics. And then the core KPIs evaluated, you can see there, condition index, or it's actually the FCI, deferred maintenance, PRV, MEI, and REI that Steve described briefly. Then the key assumptions illustrated on the right. Those are 3 time frames of 10, 20, and 30 years of what you want to look at your variability and spend rate in maintenance. So those are statistically driven models based on data that was available in 08, 09, collected back to about 02. And those areas within those curves represent where the percent of PRV number would come from as the simulation would go through its iterations. So that was the key assumption, and that's why that one's illustrated here. If you'd like to dive into more detail, I promise you it's in those papers. Here's the list of variables and parameters. So it's more than those 2, just to give those of us that like to have a little bit more pain and agony trying to figure out why our analytics don't always spit out what we would like to see. It gives some unexpecteds, which we then like to chase down as well. And then you can see the 4 scenarios laid out at the bottom as far as the basic percentages involved with the estimated life cycles that were driving those strategies. So those 4 objectives mentioned at the beginning, this chart essentially answered the first 2. So this was one of the 3 scenarios that you're going to see these charts on. And we'll get, at the end of this, we'll say, well, why was this scenario picked? Well, we'll sum it up. But this shows in the dots trailing off from top to bottom, those are the condition index values. And we're looking at 0 to 50 years across the bottom for service life. The curve going up from about 10,000 to the right, that's the PRV. And then deferred maintenance are the curves at the bottom ramping up. And then the spend on maintenance are the little triangles at the bottom. So it's a cluttered chart, but we looked at this one quite a bit to compare the scenarios and then did some analysis with some professor-type math to say, what's it really telling us? And that's where we'll get to with the simple, here's what it told us. And this is what started creating more questions that we're continuing to answer as we go. And we all do this every day in all our jobs. So that's one example. And then objectives 1 and 2 were further addressed when we looked at MEI and REI over the same time frame. And the diamonds across the flat line there basically at 100% are the REI results. And that's right on target. I don't know how many of y'all are in here of pilot hobbies or professions in the past, but there's a vertical velocity indicator on the dashboard. And when it's standing straight up, your flight is nice, wings level, even. If it's tilted to the left a little, the needle's a little to the left, you're descending. And if tilted a little to the right, you're going up, you're ascending. And going too far either direction is usually not good unless you anticipated it. So these 2 metrics are very much that type of a metric that you always want the needle straight up and down, or know why it's going to be to the left or straight up and down or to the right. So with the MEI data here, those big blocks that cycle over the 50 years, those you can see pass through the midpoint. They start out low from the 100% line, which means basically you're not spending enough on maintenance. When it goes above, it says, well, from the math, you're spending too much. Well, then the next question is, well, relative to what? Well, that's where the multivariate analysis starts to kick in, and we start looking at some eye tests like this. This one looks at maintenance rate sensitivity in terms of the net present value of all those parameters put together. And of course, there's all the assumptions on what ranges of inflation rates are you going to use, and then questions of, well, what are alternates? Commercial clients always asking, what are alternates for, spending the money? I said, well, you might want to bring JP Morgan into this discussion or someone else. We're not here to give you advice on where to invest your money. We're just telling, here's something, a metric that you can use to then compare your options for, rehab or purchasing somewhere else. But these things all culminate into net present value in this particular scenario. So that answered objective 3. So here's the few observations. Objectives 1 and 2, it came clear that that was an early replacement strategy at its most simplest form. Was the least expensive to implement while still maintaining a better overall condition than the other scenarios. And then in objective 3, for the service life of 50 years, that's an optimum range for the variables put in, or it's near optimum. And the net present value was achieved with the replacement at 26 years in all scenarios. So objective 4 then, is this a good method? Is simulation a good method given all that's going on? And it was awesome, still is awesome with Steve on board as a past rocket scientist, trying to balance 3 navigational computer systems on the shuttle to make sure they all agreed to get the shuttle where it was supposed to go and then come back to, because accomplishing the objective is the key. And so the key in this academic exercise was it proves that this is a powerful tool, and then it's up to us to go out and either validate it, and if it's not valid in the real world, to continue updating it and adjusting the process. So what's happening in the future? Everybody's looking, we all have unanswered questions, so improving the database, validating the identified core KPIs, finding new KPIs that are very client dependent and very much befitting to specific business models, but tying them together in these core KPIs is really what builds a basis for an industry comparative scenario or scenarios. Improving the simulation models, and then improving KPIs and identifying those correlations between them to help drive better decision making. So now Steve's going to talk about applying that in the builder world.
Okay. So there's a big difference between your ivory tower research and where the rubber hits the road, right? And so now we're looking at how's the rubber hit the road specifically in builder. And we'll go through the KPIs really quickly. Some of this will get a little geeky, and I apologize ahead of time because John does mention that I was a certified flight control for the asset navigation on the space shuttle. So you never saw me on TV, I was in a room back there, but you had to know your stuff because if you made a mistake back then, people died. Builder, if you make a mistake in builder, people don't die. I really like builder. Right? But one of the things that it told me was you really got to know what your key metrics are, and you really need to understand them. So I might bring a level of depth to some of these KPIs that most of you won't care about, but the geeky engineers in the crowd might get excited about, and I promise to get through those slides quickly.
And you'll like to read the last 2 papers.
Yes. Okay. So indoor, outdoor environmental quality and user surveys, I don't think there's any future plans to incorporate either of those in Builder. So you're not going to see those two metrics in Builder. You're going to have to get that information from outside of Builder. And that's okay. But what might happen is from your surveys, they might tell you, hey, I've got this problem, and you may want to create manual work items in Builder to address those. So you can create work items in Builder that are not due to condition. So that's how those two things apply. Functional adequacy. And I love this office. You know, some of you feel like that's where you work, I bet. Functional adequacy, the module is there in Builder, but very few of us use it. But functional adequacy is really important. We use it a lot outside of Builder, especially things like ADA and space utilization are really important when you're making decisions. Force protection is another one that might be for the DoD. How close is this building to a road, and what are how many windows do I have adjacent to it, and things like that. Builder can help you answer those questions, but you actually have to use the module. And it's okay if you don't. Okay, REI, Replacement Efficiency Indicator. It's not calculated in Builder, but you can. If you just run your final 8 report and get the total of work on October 1st, and then you do it again on September 30th, and you subtract those two and divide it by what your original one was, you can get a replacement indicator. So what % of the things that needed to be replaced did I actually do this year, right? So if you want to kind of track that, you can easily do that in Builder. Maintenance Efficiency Index. That's really, for those of you who have a CMMS, this is for you. That's the best place to do this calculation is in your CMMS. Now, Builder gives you a hint, right? The Component Section Condition Index is gives you a measure of what kind of condition your sections are in, and when they get low, that might be, hey, that's a warning, I need to take care of this before it results in an unplanned corrective action. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that at the very end. And then FCI. Now, I'm going to come at FCI from a little bit of different perspective than you've heard it talked about today or all week, right? Everybody knows it's a financial metric. Everybody knows there's problems with it. But if you look at the pros there, I got some pros that you're probably going, why is he talking about it's easy to explain? Well, I'm the guy who has to answer the question why for all our clients. Why is my FCI is this? Why did it change? Why is my BCI like this? What's going on with my BCI and my FCI? So having a metric that's easy to explain is important to me because I can explain FCI going in an elevator talk, right? Problems with PRV, it's been talked about, but I'm going to show you some numbers to back up everything you've heard this week about the problems with PRV. I'm also going to talk about repairs, and I'm also going to talk that FCI is just a point in time, right? So let's cover this. So my easy button. Easy to explain. FCI is the % of the building that currently doesn't need to be replaced. How much would it cost to make my FCI good? Well, my FCI is 80 and I need to get it to 100. I take 100 minus 80, that's 20%. It's 20% of the PRV. Stakeholders understand that really quickly, really easy. You only have a 2-floor elevator, you can explain it and move on, right? So here's the first slide that I think starts to illustrate graphically with numbers some of the problems we've talked about today. So I took a set of data, I don't remember how many buildings, but this is real live data, and it's data from Builder that is a full, complete inventory. And I took the CRV and I divided it by the PRV, and it breaks down into numbers in the 3 ranges. The left side, right? Left side is good. So FCIs, if your CRV is less than your PRV, you're actually biasing your FCI calculation, and it's being better than it is. So quick example, if I had $1 million building, but my CRV was only $500,000, if I had $100,000 of deficiencies, that's 20% of my CRV, but when I divide it by the $1 million, it's own 10%. So I've got 20% of my sections need to be replaced, but my FCI is a 90, right? So I'm biased good. So it's going to be hard to drive those buildings down. And if you're being measured by FCI, you might really like those buildings because you can spend your money elsewhere. But you'll see that the majority of the buildings have bigger CRV than they do PRV, and that's when you're going to be penalized. So if I had $2 million in CRV, but my PRV was $1 million, if 20% of my building was expired and 20% of $2 million is 400,000, my FCI is now 400,000 divided by $1 million, it's a 60. So I'm being penalized for doing that. So that's one of the reasons why I really like the easy button, is to have my FCI and my CRV be the same. So here's something else that I don't think anybody's talked about, but maybe a little bit. John talked about it a minute ago. So I took a FAC code of 6100, which is the admin building, and I went back to 2018 and I said, let's say that everything was in alignment in 2018. The problem is the work items are inflated by the DoD inflation table, which is roughly 2% a year, and it has been for a long time, even with this crazy inflation. But the change in the unit replacement cost for this FAC 61 has been incredible. So if you look at this, in the year 2021, the PRV of that building doubled in price compared to where it was in 2018. Now, of course, the fun thing about the DoD facility pricing guide, it's not always up, it comes back down, right? So last year it came down, so now the PRV is 184% of what it was in 2018, and my work items are 108% of what they were in 2018. So that there is biasing my FCIs to the good, right? Is that a problem? Maybe, yeah. It depends, right? If you don't care about FCI, maybe not so much, okay? I also want to talk about repairs, and this is for a select set of clients. If you happen to be a client who uses FCI as a metric, that's one of your key performance indicators, and you tend to not take advantage of builders saying, hey, this is a good time to refurbish this thing because you will come out better financially in the long run, and I know of very few people right now are taking advantage of that because they're all trying to fix the things that are about to break. So if you're in that situation, you got this repair work items that happens around halfway through your life, and it generates dollars to your FCI, and then it goes away. And I've had to explain to a client that, yes, sir, your building got better last year, but we didn't do anything to it. Exactly. Can you do that for the rest of my buildings? Do nothing and make the FCI go up? Not exactly, but that's I'm the explain guy. I don't like having to explain that. That is not an elevator ride explanation, right? The other thing, this is kind of obvious, I hope. FCI is a point in time. You can have two buildings with the exact same FCI. That doesn't mean tomorrow they're going to be twins. They're going to degrade at different rates. And so I picked two buildings from the vast inventory I have access to that had the same FCI, that were about the same size, the same FAT code, and you can see the projection on those two buildings. Some buildings are closer. You might have two buildings built with the same requirements. They're going to, at the same time, they're going to be a lot closer. But in general, What you see today is not what you get tomorrow. And that's okay. You just got to understand that that's what it is. So I gave you some problems. How do you fix the problems in Builder? My easy button is set my PRV to the CRV for those who can. Sorry, DOD, you can't. Point in time, use a forecast. Take a look at what your FCI is doing over time and see when it's going to drop into be a problem. And now this is another thing for if you don't, let's see, I got to look ahead. I can't remember. Oh yeah, talk about repairs on the next page. How many of you, does anybody use the remaining service life threshold because I want work to trigger 3 years before I need to replace it because I want a warning? Did anybody do that? That hurts your FCI. So one of the things you can do is using your final 3 report, looking at remaining service life, you can look for those things that are going to trigger 3 years early and use your RSL as your trigger point to say, these are the things I need to look at, but set your remaining service life to 0 so it's not generating work. That's something you can do. There may be a reason why you want to generate work early, and that's okay, right? Businesses have different rules, and sometimes you need to show pain before they'll get you the money. In that case, make it 5 years before the remaining service life, right? But remember, you have that option. Remember how your settings influence your KPIs. Now, repairs. If you're in a situation where your FCI is key, but to me, repairs are optional. It's like a parent telling your kid, this is a really good thing to do, and what does the kid do? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm not gonna do, right? It's how my kids were, right? And that's what Builder's telling us. It's a really good thing to do to go refurbish this piece of equipment, but most of us have other pressing priorities, and I've seen very few refurbishments in Builder. So in order to minimize your impact on the FCI, what you can do is you can get rid of the repair. You can set your the threshold, the minimum CI for repair threshold, to a 1 or a 10 so that you'll fail first. But then use your final 3A report, or final 3. Some of our clients, we have a 3A. Use your final 3 report and look at the CSCIs, because we know what range of CSCIs we tend to want to do those repairs. So you can substitute that. Or, Matt, what I would love is don't include my repairs in my FCI easy button. Another one for, 2030, right? So that was kind of cool, but wait a minute. All the talk has been about BCI the last few years. So we all know the BCI, right? It's easy to relate to, it's independent of the PRV, but to me it's hard to explain, and it's hard to calculate the cost to meet a standard, and it's also a point in time. So easy to relate to. When I walk into a building, that's kind of the feel I get. That's because when you walk into a building, you don't have your little green accounting hat and say, I need to replace this and this and this, which is FCI. You're looking, oh, the carpet's a little worn, paint's good, ceiling's fine, and I bet you all you builder assessor people have evaluated this hallway in this conference room already, right? And it doesn't have the PRV issue, right? That's a really good thing, is BCI doesn't care about the PRV. It only cares about the inventory you've taken. But here's why I don't like explaining BCI, and I have explained BCI a lot. And it starts with the question when I go to a client, and you can say your client can be your boss, or it could be your boss's boss, or it could be, it used to be Lance, it might be Matt. Somebody might make you explain what's going on. Hey, Matt, this is what I think's going on. Am I right or wrong? That's happened to me, but it was with Lance. I passed, by the way. What is BCI? And you say, well, it's the average condition of all your sections, weighted by the replacement cost. What do you mean weighted? Well, do you remember when you were in school and you took two tests and a final, and the test was 30%, 30%, and your final was 40%? Yeah, that's what a weighted average is. Oh, cool. What's this 60 mean? Now, Einstein said, never memorize something that you can look up. And I have not memorized this handy-dandy card that Cyril provides us all, that we should all have in the field with us when we're out there. So I know 60 is an amber minus, so I would pick up the card and tell them that. And they're like, okay, and if you're lucky, that's it. And your elevator rides over and you're good. But you may not be lucky. 60 seems a little high for that condition. Why? Okay, so you see there's this curve, and it starts at 100 when you're new, and it drops down to 40 when you're expired. Oh, but it's not linear. It's an exponential curve. And you may have to show them this curve, and if the person happens to be an engineer that you're explaining it to, or a recovering engineer sometimes, as I like to call it, they'll look at that amber and they'll drop down and they go, oh, I see. Amber means, this 60 means that you're at about 75% of life. And if you're smart, you go, yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, and you move on. If you're an engineer, that's a really hard thing to do, because engineers are about how accurate the data is, right? You know my background, right? So I apologize in advance, but here's some details. Yes, here's the default builder curve. But one of the beautiful things about builder is as you inspect it, things vary from the default curve, right? And that's what we want. We want to know when things are actually going to expire. So I went, and for this 5-ton unit, I went and grabbed the population of them, and I mapped the mean and the single standard deviation. Those are the dotted lines. But I also did the outsides, right? The worst curve is the blue one. The best curve is the solid green. And when you look at their percent of lives, it goes from 60% to 85%. Okay? But they're all the same condition, but some pieces of equipment hit that condition earlier in life than others. And if you're lucky, they stop. But if you're talking to another engineer or a recovering engineer, because they're now in management, you can say, but this is the cool part. And you show them, because Builder does that, we don't have a step function that all our roofs units die at 20 years. You've got a nice bell curve. And every time I've done this, for everything I've done, it fits a nice bell curve, which is really nice. So you can tell the guy on this one, hey, most of your rooftop units last between 15 and 25. And if you're talking to another engineer, what's the next question they ask? Anybody? What's wrong with the 15-year ones, right? And so now you can go down to a rabbit hole, but this is good use of data. So why am I 15? Is it environmental? Am I in the South Pacific? Is it manufacturer? Is there a better maintenance? Are these all at one site, and the maintenance program at that site doesn't have enough money compared to the stuff on the right? So these are all kinds of type of things that I think about that I'm hopefully most of you don't spend your nights thinking about this, but that's what I do. But the worst question I get, because once they understand BCI, then they're going to say, how's that relate to the FCI? And the simple answer is they're not correlated. They really don't have a correlation between them. So this is the slide I use to explain BCI to FCI. This is based on a very simple simulation. I took a simulation and I set my standards so that there's no repair, no paint, no inspection. So this is a 30,000 square foot, 6,100 FAC admin building. And it has one business rule. When my FCI drops below 80, spend your money and fix everything that needs work and drive my FCI up to 100. So you can see it starts out, my FCI is right there. For the first 10 years, it's a perfect 100. And then some things have a 10-year life cycle and it drops a little bit. And then, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little dotted red line that shows you at the beginning of year, my FCI drops below 80, and then it comes back up. And you can see that the end of year FCI goes to 100. It means I fixed everything, and you can see how much that costs by the green line. And that keeps going. My FCI, things get older, it finally drops below 80, I spend money. I spend money 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I would never spend the amount of money in the last one because that's the last year of my building. I'd say, tough it, right? So that's what I'm spending. But this is what happens to my BCI in those things. So those blue lines are your BCI. And one of the questions I had, again, I want to know everything and why, is what if I did a complete inventory, right? My non-renewable systems, and what if I did a partial inventory? How does that change? My initial thought was my full inventory is going to have a better BCI for almost the full length of the life. It doesn't, right? So that's what you see is those dotted lines. You can see BCI take a dive and then come back up when we spend money. That sawtooth is really cool. And it kind of explains that you can see FCI stays level, BCI dives, so there's not a good correlation between the two. So far, that's the best way I've been able to explain it. I will take suggestions after the call. I'm always willing to learn a better way. So quickly, BCI is also hard to explain how much it takes. Palm exercise, how many people have had to do anything with the palm this year? Not too many. Anyway, part of the palm was how much money is it going to cost to raise your BCI up to a 60? The answer, as a good consultant, it depends, right? It depends on whether I fix things this year or next year, because the worse the CSCI, the less I have to spend to get it up. Because you're not going like FCI, you don't go from 0 to 100, you go from whatever your CSCI is up to 100. So if you're at a 40 and you raise it up to 100, you've only got 60% of the work cost as a, that applies to your BCI. So it gets harder to model BCI. And again, BCI is just a point in time. 2 buildings, same BCI, you're gonna get different things. And again, the fix for that is just plot that. Show me what it's gonna do over the years. So as I was contemplating this, and I started doing this because I was asked to explain to a client's boss's boss what's different between FCI and BCI. And I was like, oh, I really hate explaining BCI. Is there another metric out there that really represents physical condition, is easy to explain, and maybe is not so much a point in time, but takes into account of that forecast? Is there anything out there in Builder that might do that? Oh, there's a remaining service life calculation. Oh, I like RSL, right? So what if we created an RSL index? And that would be a weighted average just like BCI. That'd be pretty cool. And then what if you could do it 2 ways? You can do it in years, or you could do it as % of life. So the bottom equation does it as % of life. Well, I like that because that's easy to explain. It has a forecast component, still independent of PRV, and I think it's equivalent, it measures condition and not financial. Still hard to calculate the cost though. So that was my thesis, and let me show you what I found out. If I told you an RSL of 10 means that the average section has 10 years remaining life before it needs to be replaced, is that easy to understand? Yeah, I think that's easier than a BCI of 60, I hope, right? RSL is the forecast, so it's got a forecasting component, and RSL is based on your CSCI, your age, and your expected life. no PRV involved. So the thing that everybody's arguing about is this is independent of it. But does it measure conditions? So I took that simulation and I modified it and I started putting RSL as years and RSL as a percent. And, you know, the non-engineer in me said, oh, those lines kind of match. So maybe there's a good correlation. And I apologize to all the non-engineers for the next slide. To really find out, does it correlate, you need to do an R-square calculation. And I did it with the partial inventory, and the RSL has a I, when it's years, correlated to the BCI at 0.84, which is pretty good. But the RSL as a percent of life correlated to my BCI at a 0.95, which is really good. And that means that your RSLPI, oh God, that's a 5-letter acronym. We used to call those extended 3-letter acronyms, so an ETLA. So if you get that, and that to me means pretty close what the condition is. So maybe I want to use RSLI, and now I haven't used it anywhere. I just did this in December. So, but I've been thinking about this for a couple years, and I finally got a chance to put it together. But it's still got the same problem. You're not going from 0 to 100. It's got the same problem that BCI has. And now, this is my next to last point. Remember, I'm going to back up really quick. Oh yeah, there's the one. So you saw FCI drop at year 10, but we didn't replace anything that expired in year 10 to year 20. I don't think that's a good idea, right? To have something expired for 10 years. What's the risk of that being bad? So also had nothing to do one day and said, maybe we can do something about that. So I created, in my little brain, this thing called risk index. And it's a simple calculation. If I take the replacement cost of my CSCI, and I care about how many have dropped below a specific threshold, and I divide it by the cost of all the buildings, I get a percent of things that I think are at big risk. So that's pretty easy to explain. It's easy to calculate the gain because it's a replacement, 0 to 100. Again, independent of PRV, and I couldn't think of any cons, but some of you will come up to me later and tell me what the cons are, and I actually appreciate that. So a risk index of 10 means in 10 years, I may or may not have sent in an early draft to Kelly. Let me tell you what this slide should read. Okay. A risk index of 1 means 1% of my inventory is at risk of failing, right? That's pretty easy. That's all this slide is supposed to say. Please ignore the man behind the curtain. So now, how would you set up a threshold? So in Builder, you've got your red condition, which is a 30, and this is bad. It's not performing up to specs. It really should be replaced. But if you look at the 10, the red minus, which has a CSCI of 10, my interpretation of that is this thing is either not working, or if you came in tomorrow, you would not be shocked to find that it wasn't working. Now, you don't want to get down to a 10. Maybe you want to get between a 10 and a 30. So an initial threshold I would set might be at a 20, right? So anytime a section got down to a CSCI of 20, to me, that's my #1 priority to fix, because if I don't fix it, it's going to cause an unscheduled interruption into the service of my building and really impact that maintenance efficiency index metric, right? But more importantly, it stops what's going on in the building. So I like this risk index. I like the RSL PI because I have to explain things and it's easy to explain. So that was my thing, but there's a couple points I want to make before I leave. Is when I was a flight controller, we had a screen, and some of you may remember, we had the 80 columns wide, 40 lines long. We had 2 of those, and those numbers changed every 0.96 seconds, to be exact. That is way too much data to analyze at once. So we had to set up key performance indicators. We only looked at a couple parts on that screen to say, system is good, system not good. Real simple decision. That's what the initial KPI should be. When I look at a KPI and it is good, I'm good. I really don't need to dive down any deeper. But if it's not good, we used to call that fault detection. And the next step in the process is fault isolation. Why isn't this good, right? So there's another set of parameters that you should have in your dashboard to help you isolate what is going on to cause this KPI to trip the flare. So, and then once you've isolated the problem, you need to have a method or a strategy on what are you going to do to your building, and of course it's a building, so it's how are you going to spend money to make that KPI better? Because it doesn't have, if you can't make it better, it shouldn't be a KPI, right? When you take an action, it should fix the KPI. Now, we talked about the KPIs, the trip flares, but when you're making decisions, there's a lot of other variables you should take into account. You've seen some of them this week. Age and expected life of the building is a big one. That should really factor into your decision making. The mission dependency index, whether it's the Air Force's highly accurately calculated one, or you make it up on your own, as long as you have one. What are you going to do to that building when you remove it from inventory? Are you demoing it, or are you selling it? And if you're selling it, it's got to be in a certain condition, right? So, and what is your removal strategy? Demo, sell. Is there asbestos present or not? There's all kinds of other factors that take into account on what you should do to that building. So I can dive into the BCI, FCI thing, but when you really think about it, they're 2 independent variables that should be combined with other variables to help you make your decision for your building holistically. And geek them over. So thank you. Any questions? We need the microphone.
You mentioned risk index as a new number you were calculating. For that, what is the time frame you were looking at for it? You said 1% of your assets are high potential to fail. Is that high potential to fail today, this year, in the next 10 years?
I don't know. We don't know, right? So the CSCI is kind of a measure of risk, but there's no answer. If you get to a CSCI of a 20, do you really know if it's going to fail tomorrow or next year? We don't know, but you do know that it is at a high potential for failing. So you don't want anything to get down to that level. You want to kind of set a threshold so that you don't reach that level.
Okay, thanks.
So I guess maybe it's a question and maybe a consideration for maybe not something that we pick up independently, but more something for future installation leadership, DPW, PWDs, things like that. But how do we start to measure workforce effectiveness? Because that becomes a major driver in, obviously, all these metrics, right? This becomes a root cause issue for driving down BCIs, increasing FCIs, workforce capabilities start to decline below what the requirements are, so the BCI is telling us something, but it's not really telling us where the issue is.
Fault detection, isolation, right? So for some of our clients, we create a strategic asset management plan. And one of the key inputs to that is, and that's how do I make my stuff better? How do I reach a target in X years, right? One of the key considerations in that is their capacity to do the work, right? And so that kind of, there's a good metric in there that is more of a human resources, a performance consulting type of metric that I think this population wouldn't do, but I understand what you're saying.
But yeah, you said the right thing, right? It's Builder becomes part of a larger asset management strategy that needs to start to get integrated into the individual installations or campuses, because along with that, the other driver that I see is how do we start to create a measure that measures the effectiveness of the current strategy against the facility requirement strategy, right? Because the current model is, it's whatever was there 20 years ago, it's the same thing. There's no way of measuring equipment that needs to be serviced or that we're looking to repair, replace. But in the meantime, the mission in that building has changed several times and the expectations of those assets are totally different now. So you might be creating more output to produce and meet the requirement, but you know what I mean? That relationship isn't there to highlight,
Yeah. I agree. It's some of the things we struggle with. How much do I spend on manufacturer? Hey, look, this particular manufacturer 15 years ago built some really bad stuff. But that doesn't mean we just didn't buy a lot that was made on a Friday afternoon, right? There's all these things, and they're not building that same thing today, right? They're building something different. So did their quality go up? Did it go down? There's so many variables which make this harder than rocket science, if you ask me.
No, thank you, appreciate it.
Steve, might just add to your point about the workforce and its impact on all these KPIs we've talked about, and the end result that you may witness through a fault detection analysis is tracking back to the aviation world. When there's aviation accidents, the same analysis is done, and one of the key components is the human impact, all the way down the maintenance line. So we're doing research in that area and have some capability to make that part of a multivariate analysis to track key aspects in critical systems that the human element may be one of the cause factors in that assessment. And then back it into what Steve was just talking about on a risk evaluation.
Ishmael. I was waiting.
That was great. How we apply now with the work classification and the Army definition for sustainment, because that is not our definition. How you apply that with our definitions.
This is just a metric that I created. So we'd have to implement it at any client, you have to work with it. So your risk is higher level, right?
The problem I'm having, the challenge I'm having in my definition of sustainment. Sustainment is maintain the equipment all the way to the life expectancy of that equipment. Not to repair or to refurnish that in the middle of the life expectancy.
Well, this repair happens when it's past life.
According with sustainment, yes. If it passed the life expectancy, it's failing. But some of theirs over there, in the previous one, you were saying that bring that to the manufacturer.
Oh, I was saying
update.
when you're looking at root causes of problems, you can to account for manufacturers.
Okay.
So that was more of a deep dive analytics to understand why am I having a bunch of rooftop units expire at 15 years versus 20, which is the design life, right? It could be a manufacturer issue, it could be an O&M issue, it could be an environmental issue. So I didn't really dive down into that, but those are things that some of my clients have asked me. I've been asked, can I look at the builder data and tell, is the O&M at the different sites different? Am I getting consistent O&M? Are there regional differences? Are there environmental differences? So you can do all kinds of cool things with the builder data. So, but yeah, this risk index is beyond life. Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
I'll be around. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The master class of analytics. So we're going to do a quick changeover, and so don't leave your seats far because we want to make sure we can get you out to lunch. So 5 minutes, and then we'll start the next session. All right, everybody, let's start to make our way back to our seats. Or the nearest fire exit. You make the decision for your own risk preference. This is a very old building, maybe haunted.
only have like 45 minutes. Last year when I spoke, that went so quick though. It goes quick when you're up here, like, you know, questions and such.
All right, well, hey, good afternoon, everyone, or morning, I guess it's still. We'll go ahead and jump in with the next topic. We're going to talk about the Coast Guard's Builder Program and some results. And my name's Colby Hafer with Tetra Tech. Talked to y'all a little bit earlier, but I'm one of the project managers on this, and I guess I'm like moderating maybe the session a little bit. And just introduce our team here. So I have Lieutenant Kendra Bacon-Smith. She's our project manager from the Coast Guard. We have Eric Dinkel. He's the big idea and super brains behind this effort. He does kind of like the data-centric things for the Coast Guard in the Silk and is pulling all their asset management data together and things like that. Cedric's his right-hand man and really manages their CMMS Maximo program. And so, you know, we've been in a close tie with that together. And then Nick DeLaura there at the end, he's the big boss, and he gives us money and then cracks the whip on us to make sure that we're doing what it needs to do. He's the branch chief there. And then also Kurt is a big piece of the pie here as well. Digon's been supporting the whole effort, and you know, has been part of the team. A team that also we can have here today is Trans Systems. They're actually the prime contractor on this effort, and so Trans Systems, Tetra Tech, and Digon have been delivering this solution for the Coast Guard.
So the Coast Guard journey towards Builder really kind of began well before we even started with Builder. In 2012, we kicked off a couple-year contract to actually enroll all of the equipment at all of our sites into Maximo, our CMMS. So that's kind of really enabled us now to use that as our system of record into loading everything into Builder. So this specific process began 2020 with a charrette, where we actually were able to sit down with a group between Coast Guard and our team here to really give the idea of how we went about our workflows and our processes through doing our facility assessments already, and then using their expertise to develop everything with a mindset of Builder. So that kind of, we were able to dive into the catalog and really align all of our things that we already had set up with how the Builder system works. We did have a little kind of change in the hosting of it. We'd started, I believe you guys were originally hosting, and then brought that into the Coast Guard network. So we are hosting our own Builder now. So getting that really ironed out as we went. Then we started into a couple pilot facility assessments out on the West Coast. We did a couple different facilities at multiple sites trying to get a different idea for what kind of each of our buildings could do with Builder. And then using that information from those pilot sites to update and rewrite again all of our data to make sure the guidance really did what we needed to do, not what we thought we needed it to do. Adapting those business workflows to accommodate all of that information, and then we spent a couple months, Kurt and I got to travel around to all of our civil engineering units throughout the US and train our people on how to use Builder. So the next step kind of going here forward is actually implementing our facility condition assessments throughout the entire Coast Guard instead of just a couple pilot sites. So the contract has been, we're in year 3 and phase 4 here. It's been a methodical process, really, starting with all of the documentation from the beginning and trying to plan it out and see how other people had implemented this process for their systems and really kind of pick and choose the pieces that were going to benefit us the most. Then we had that, it took about 3 months for the proof of concept, another couple months for the training, and now here our last year is a QA and help desk phase where they're really helping us kind of get everything up and running. So we are just now kind of approaching our initial operating capabilities point of this process.
Yeah, so on the IT side, because there was that transition, the great thing about having Tetra Tech on board is they had a FedRAMP approved hosted environment. So the plan was initially to run their server there, but then through a change of teams, we had the opportunity to take it in-house, and there was a desire for the Coast Guard to run their own servers. Talked about system requirements, network requirements, all the rest, and I think that the potential roadblock of IT and security and all of that, I think everybody's had that person in the IT industry that's just like, no, you can't do that, no. But because this group was very collaborative and gave the incoming team a lot of notice of, hey, this is stuff that's happening, this is what we're working on, it was never adversarial. The relationship was always collaborative of, all right, so you want to do this, how do we bridge that with all the proper sign-offs and the approvals? So I think, if you want to talk about how you're able to, bring on the ALC team and get them to be your advocate from a systems perspective.
Hi, my name's Eric Dinkle. So I run the branch within the Shore Infrastructure Logistics Center where we're like the liaison between the hosting organization and the user community. So basically, Kendra and Nick are kind of our customers as well as the users. And we've had SAM, which is our instance of Maximo, for years and years and years. And about 2 years ago, we started the process of transitioning Maximo to a different organization, another logistics center within the Coast Guard, the Aviation Logistics Center, that runs the aviation community software. And we thought it was easier to manage our engineering software in-house than outsource it to what is considered the C5I community, the IT community. So we did that. We were successful at doing that with Maximo. We transitioned a couple of years ago. And when the idea of Builder implementation came up, it was decided that it would be smart to bring Builder into the Coast Guard enclave as well. And the big idea that we kind of had that we were successful at, I guess, is bringing Builder into the Maximo authorization boundary. So when we first started out, the idea was you're going to have a separate authorization to operate for Builder, which could take 1, 2, 3 years down the road. Whereas Nick and Kendra and their organization, they wanted to fast track it. They had a contract in place, they had contractors available, and we're like, well, how could we do that? So the big idea was we talked to our Coast Guard Cyber, we talked to the hosting organization, and we made the case that since Builder is basically GOTS, government off, it's free to the government. There's not really development work that's done on the hosting entity, that it's very similar in the sense that it shares data with our CMMS, either one direction, bi-direction, depending on how you have it configured. It could be almost treated like an add-on, let's say, an add-on software that had similar capability. It did different things, right? It's calculating your FCI and your repair replace decisions, but it shares real property data, it shares equipment data, et cetera, et cetera. So we made that case, and we were successful at getting it added to our Maximo authorization boundary. And as a result, we were able to basically give contractors access to our Maximo instance, or that enclave, and start playing around with Builder, kind of like behind the scenes. And while we were doing that, they were hosting it on the FedRAMP. They were hosting that on the FedRAMP cloud for us in parallel. So we did parallel efforts, which really fast-tracked the whole implementation schedule. We gave them, their contractors, access to the Coast Guard enclave. They got CACs. They were literally doing team session with our Coast Guard support people, doing over-the-shoulder support. So it really, I think, is the best of both worlds. And so I think as the best practice, I would definitely recommend, if if you have the opportunity, we're kind of uniquely positioned in my group. Cedric is he's both my Maximo OLM organizational level expert as well as my builder expert. And so he interfaces with our hosting organization as well as the contractors. So since we kind of see all that data, we might be a unique organization in that regard because we're not as stovepiped. We had the opportunity to try to kind of like work both sides simultaneously.
Yep.
And I think that's where Colby and Kurt are kind of excited that we've been able to do more with like less people. And so that's kind of the big idea that I think has paid big dividends. So.
Yeah.
The only other thing I would mention is that because we were involved in the documentation and the training ahead of time and had the opportunity to go out to the users before it was just like dumped on them, like here, now run with it, we could actually extract reporting requirements. So during this process of setting up the hosts and setting up the server, we were able to sit down with the users, go through the custom reports that Searle had developed and we developed and said, all right, so here's what's available. What about you? Your line office. And we learned people really needed to look at their entire Coast Guard database and then say, I just want to see fire suppression problems everywhere. Well, that's not a report that's available, but there is now. So sitting down, doing the trainings, going to all the regions, hearing how they wanted to absorb the data, getting them excited to use it, and then, you know, while the server was getting set up and, you know, it was actually true, setting up on the Teams call, walking them through the installation process, getting the custom reports to run, getting scenarios to run. You know, there's a lot of behind the scenes expertise that if you just double click the installer, it doesn't quite work that easily. Through that collaboration, we also had the SQL team writing the reports to make sure that the site deliverables were appropriate, didn't require a whole lot of hand massaging, and that the line offices could get what they needed. And during the pilot effort, we were able to test the site report, and it's now in Rev 3 of changes, because every time you test the system and you have another audience, there's great feedback. So it's a living, breathing process where you can have experts involved, but then all the ownership and final user interface is controlled by the Coast Guard themselves. The support team has been great and responsive and interested in how to pick up the ball and run with it. From a support side, you know, we're an escalation step, not necessarily a first contact. They wanted to own that customer interaction.
Yeah, and to that degree, Kurt, I would say that, you know, tailoring that process and those customer reports really went back to the technical orders and the publications that we created and your facilities assessment guide, right? Because you already had a process for how that was working, how those reports came up, right? So we didn't want to like completely revamp the wheel here, but what we want to do is just insert builder and improve the process and improve the data, right? And that was the key. It was like improve the process and the data and get it standardized, roll out the builder program, but then try and keep like the same sort of look and feel of the reporting. Now we just have better data, right? And so that was the key to tying that piece together. And then part of that also was developing and tailoring the builder catalog, right? And so we sat down, really Paul and Jacine and Drew and Cedric, really like dove down into the weeds and talked about, okay, well, you know, what systems do you want? How do you maintain them? You know, what's your common levels of service kind of thing? And then, so how is that going to impact the inventory and assessment guide, right? Because those things are really tied together. If you have the catalog identified, then that's going to drive toward what you're going to assess in the field and then how you're going to assess that to what a level of degree that you're going to do that on all those kinds of things. And so Jacine's probably going to talk a little bit about that later this afternoon and get to that. But Cedric, did you have anything about that particular process that you wanted to add? Maybe lining it up with Sam and you know, some of that, we had to make sure we were in sync there.
Well, one of the challenges that we have is getting the SAM data to builder. You know, currently our systems don't talk. right? So what we had to come up with was a plan how to pull data from SAM and compile it, and to where that data gets bottled up or patched up, combined up into what the DIGOM instance of our builder, and use Inspire, and they transition that data, push it to us via a file, and we can update that data, update that SAM data, use that SAM data to update our current instance of builder. And that's how we're able to see what we have in SAM that way. Now, another challenge we're going to have is how we're going to validate that data. What we currently have in SAM, is it in builder? Now, that process, we haven't figured that out yet, how we're going to do that. But we have some ideas of how we do have ideas of how we're going to make that happen. But those are certain things we need to work out.
Right, we have some upcoming field assessments that will probably break that again, and then we'll work to fix it. And that's the beauty of this relationship and the way that's been going, is that we are able to put processes in place and then go test and break. You know, I'm really good at breaking stuff, and so is our team. And then, but then figuring out and what it is that we need to do. How do we need to tweak the processes so that we can fix that? Anything to add on the catalog?
No, I say no and I speak talking. For anybody that does, large-scale data migration, you have to have that bridge, that map. So, collaborating with both the assessment team and the client to say, all right, where does this need to go into the builder catalog? How are we going to measure, make sure that the unit of measure lines up, it's still quantified the same amount. But after that rule set is done once, over 100,000 records were populated from their CMMS into builder. So they are not starting from scratch, and they're not using their Maximo data as just a kind of a QC check or another document that's ignored. No, it's actually in there right now. So after you go out and go do your assessment and validate everything, there'll be a natural opportunity for link, because they've always had the thought that we're going to use one database to populate the other. We're going to refine it and give feedback. So it is not a duplicative effort when you think about it from the outset, that you are going to have these systems talk and then do the hard work of build that data map, build that bridge, do it once, and then you don't have to fat finger and then worry that your databases slowly delineate from each other. One's abandoned and one's maintained.
One of the successes that we had with this integration is Nick, we're waiting on my group's kind of waiting on Nick here pretty soon to say, hey, we're at initial operating capability. Well, for us to do that, we've decoupled the necessity to have Builder and Maximo electronically integrated. Right now, we have like Cedric mentioned a minute ago, we have the process where we take the data out of SAM, out of Maximo, we let it run through the contractor's instance of Builder, through Spire, back into us, and then now our hosting organization within the Coast Guard grabs that data and pulls it into our Coast Guard instance of Builder. So when we were successful at combining Builder and Maximo into the same authorization boundary, we also said, hey, we have this integration third-party middleware called Spire. How about we add that to the authorization boundary as well? We're not going to configure it today, but we want to, from a cyber security perspective, we want to make sure that you have that included. And they said, check, done that. So today, our hosting organization, we already have Maximo authorization boundary that includes both Builder and Spire. So once we get to initial operating capability, the next step is to initiate a project internal to the Coast Guard to where we basically do that electronic connection. We get we're spinning up a Builder team on the Coast Guard side right now to kind of take over when the Builder contract expires. And then that team will initiate a project to basically do the configuration of Spire with the business rules that we've already accomplished. Once we do that, we'll be able to make the electronic connection, decide which is it one direction, two direction, which feels authoritative, et cetera, which every organization has to do. Once we get to that point, we'll be able to turn it on and then have that connection be live. And so we're excited about that. That's like the next project. We might even test with the next field assessment. But I'm excited about the prospects. So.
Yeah, and from my perspective, so I guess I got to give like the insider outsider part, right? Is that this has been an amazing journey, right? And it's like I said earlier, it's not the trip to Walmart for a jug of milk, right? I mean, we did some serious work here, and I mean, just listening to what Eric was talking about, like the IT piece. I mean, isn't that amazing, right? So, and it started with, like, he had a relationship, right? And he built a relationship and was able to work with those folks and make inroads with them. And then when we needed them, it was easy to stand up the FedRAMP cloud on our side. I mean, that's really pretty easy to do. But then to be able to have them, his IT folks say, well, hey, I think we can bring that in-house. We can stand up our own cloud, and then we can, take all this over. I mean, that's great news. And then the really out-of-the-box thinking for the ATO, I mean, that's where it went from being a relationship to a partnership, right? And that difference, I think, right there was what has made this whole thing go really smoothly. I mean, we've been able to have Drew basically kind of like sitting in on the network and, working all the integration piece with the CG5I team to be able to take on Builder, get it set up on the initial development environment, and then they have a test environment, and then get the production environment going, and all those kinds of things. And so all of those pieces, I mean, that's like next level, out of the box, never had seen done before kind of work, and was really just awesome from my perspective. The other part I think that's really cool is that just the vision and the direction of where this is going to go. I mean, I love that they are taking this in-house and they're building their own team. So like, I feel like we're working ourselves out of a job, and that's exactly what I want to do, right? I mean, because, if you'd asked me 10 or 15 years ago, like how long would I be doing Builder, I would have said 2 years, right? And now here it is 12, 15 years ago or later, and still doing these Builder efforts. And that's not to say that I'm happy to support and do it, but if there's an opportunity to work with a client and help them develop their program so that they can take it on and sustain it long term, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. And it's just been a phenomenal project from that perspective. My eyes are bad, I can't see all that. Anything else to add from your perspective, Kurt?
No?
Okay. All right. This is the interactive part of our presentation today. And Nick, take it away.
Sure. I guess before we get started on the interactive portion, just to reiterate kind of what's been set up here, we, the Coast Guard, have benefited from most of you out there on lessons learned. We're kind of obviously lagging a little bit with Builder implementation. We obviously didn't start till 2023 on that effort. We had a lot of lessons learned from many of you, from us sitting in here, meeting you, making those relationships. Part of the success of our program has been, our engagement with you and building that relationship. We've gotten a lot of good insights, what to do, what not to do during the implementation phase. But again, everything we've kind of done and learned has been very, take it methodically, crawl, walk, run, so to speak, mentality with Builder, and even prior to that with our equipment enrollment effort, which Kendra alluded to. So it's really been we're going on 7 years labor of love here, from our equipment enrollment effort all the way through Builder implementation. But it's worked out well, and I've also been fortunate to have leadership be patient. But I think the training wheels are coming off now, and we're headed into IOC here, and leadership's kind of expecting some product and good priority lists coming out of Builder for work items and such. So as we head into this sustainment phase, so to speak, I kind of wanted to flip the script here with the presentation. Instead of you asking questions to us, the panel, so to speak, asking questions to you all with experience. I don't know, what should we do? Should we?
It stopped after 30
Stopped
seconds
after 30 seconds last time? There you go. Testing.
Maybe testing. Don't
Testing.
worry, fires always go out eventually.
Everyone.
Something went below a CI of 20 just now. Is that a work trigger?
So kind of wanted to flip the script here. You know, obviously you can always ask questions to us and our process and how we went about implementation. But really with implementation kind of ending here in May, we're kind of looking at the sustainment phase here and wanted to kind of maybe canvass the group and see what your thoughts are on, you know, with the knowledge that you have, many of you, with the implementation of Builder and you guys being, so to speak, knee-deep in it. You know, if you could go back in time with the knowledge that you had, what would maybe you do differently? What's maybe one or two gold nuggets, so to speak, that you would recommend for us to kind of pursue or use as we go into our sustainment phase? For example, it was just kind of interesting. Last week, I got approval for 4 billets, 4 FTE to help us support Builder organically within our organization. I think when I put that resource proposal in, I was thinking general engineer series, and talking with Matt, you know, hearing Matt speak and the group that he has up at Cerro, and that mixture of series with computer scientists, IT specialists, engineers, that kind of makes things really work well. And that's something, again, that, you know, just sitting here and listening to people speak, those little nuggets, I think we can take back from an organizational perspective. And when I go back and may have to do some reprogramming of some series and things like that before getting out to advertising the jobs. But those are type of the things that we're kind of maybe looking for from you in this question and answer type panel.
Anyone?
Any thoughts? I know it's a tough question. It's very open-ended. It could go a lot of different ways, but I guess if you could go back in time, like I said, and maybe do it again, what would be maybe the 1 or 2 things that you would change or do differently?
Hi. I know you're still working on your plan. Just wondering, have you guys thought about how you're going to be doing the assessment? Are you going to use in-house crew or, you know, some external entity, if you will, you know, to do the assessment?
Right. So I think we're going to try to do it as a hybrid approach, both with contracting and in-house organically. When we did our equipment enrollment initially, we also captured condition index, but that data is now almost, you know, 5-6 years old. So we understand that we're going to need to take a round turn on the facility assessments here and conditions over the next year, but it'll probably be done both organically and contract.
Okay. I mean, just the one point, you know, that I got from talking to some of the other guys is the calibration piece is going to be crucial for you guys once you start that in-house, just to make sure everybody's, you know, seeing and representing the same thing.
Yes, sir. No, I appreciate that, and I think it goes back to our contract with our partnership with Tetra Tech and Digon. We did do some in-house training as part of the contract and went out to all of our civil engineering units and conducted a 3-day Builder training with them. So, but Roger, on that, thank you.
A quick add-on to that. I think our management, because budget's always king, right? I think we made a strategic decision this year. We're rolling out a mission dependency index rebaseline project throughout the entire Coast Guard. So we kicked that project, and that got funded off this year. And so we'll have MDI for our facilities by the end of this year that we can put in our Maximo that will roll into Builder. So we'll have that up to date. Also, I think the idea is that ultimately we want to try to marry our condition with our preventive maintenance program. So I don't know how successful people are out in the room with your particular organization. How much control, like the question might be, how much control do you have over the people actually doing the maintenance, or is that an entirely different organization, not funded through you, through a different pot? Do you have chain of command of exactly what they do, or are you more totally different function? Where years ago when our Deputy Commandant of Operational Logistics for the Coast Guard got stood up, they took that base support funding away from our organization, and now it's in a different organization under like base construct, sectors, and so forth. And it's like this off-the-top funding that gets there. We have, Nick and his group have, let's say, technical authority over that potentially, but they don't necessarily have day-to-day operational command over those people. They're subject to the base commander, et cetera, and other priorities come up. So ideally, but we do have metrics on organizational level, preventive maintenance versus corrective maintenance, and that's done wonders over the last 2 or 3 years to kind of drive people doing more with preventive maintenance. And so we do have those records. And so the idea is that if we're sending somebody out, or we're expecting somebody to do a preventive maintenance on an HVAC, can we ask them to do a 1 through 9 builder score? And if we can, then we'll use that to overwrite the builder data, or we'll do a builder FCA or a hybrid, and we just have to decide which one is authoritative, what direction does it flow, how do you make those decisions about which one, just to make sure that, what's the latest condition index. So those are some of our early decisions we have to make.
Good afternoon. Is your plan to have Maximo feed the repair and replacements for the component sections?
I think I don't know. Maximo feeding the repair component section. And
I'm not sure if I'm technically able to answer that question, because we're just implementing Builder. I'm no Builder expert at this point. But we do use Maximo today to program projects. It's our, we do all of our work orders. Again, Cedric is kind of my expert on how we use Maximo for that. When we finally get Builder tuned and we get an output of a work plan, we're expecting some dialogue, or I don't know if we've actually determined how we're going to take that work plan, triage it, and convert it into work items. I think that process is to be determined and probably going to be piloted.
And likely come up from the CEUs through the normal process, right? The ALC 43 process, right?
Yeah, we have, in our Maximo, we have a module that's kind of not normal. We have like a depot level module where we track all our projects. So Builder is going to be used to kind of feed that information so they can make those decisions on what's going to get funded and not funded. So that's kind of our piece in the repair part.
The initial
Yeah, I would
time.
just.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we made a decision up front that our CMMS, Maximo SAM, would be the authoritative record for our data. So we're hoping to have everyone, what they're used to seeing and feeling in our CMMS, to be able to go in there, put in the data, put in the CI, condition index, and then that information would feed over to Builder. Once Builder pushes out those work items, we haven't really figured out how we're going to kind of take those items and, make them into projects, because right now all our project management is done in our CMMS as well, SAM. So that's something we need to kind of work through and figure out, if Maximo will, if we'll just kind of maybe take those projects and somehow link them back into Maximo, or if we're just going to have to kind of maybe fat finger and develop those projects into our project management system.
Well, and mine's more of a comment, and it has to do with policy. We have this blanket policy that from OSD that will do assessments every 5 years, which to me is blind. And I'll use a roof as an example. It doesn't matter if I have a 20-year asphalt shingle roof, I have a 50-year stand-and seam metal roof, or I have a 100-year 1-inch thick slate roof.
Right.
We're going to do reassessments every 5 years, regardless of the life cycle of the asset. it doesn't make sense to inspect that stand and seam metal roof every 5 years. That's kind of a waste of resources. And for that asphalt shingle roof, 5 years might not be frequently enough. I think you've got an AFI that says you're going to inspect that thing every year. So he is not really aligning with the AFIs, you know, so the policy should be realigned to look at other things. So like if you're out there doing your PMI once a year for certain kinds of assets, let the PMI kind of drive your inspection schedule. But for other kinds of assets like a slab, you know, that slab is going to probably last 70 to 100 years. You probably don't need to do reassessments on those every 5 years. Then you have other things like your roofs. Maybe the style of roof should drive the assessment schedule. But then also you should consider event-driven events. Like if you have a windstorm, maybe that event should drive your assessment schedule. So when you have those wind events, that enforces an inspection schedule.
Right.
And let things like that drive the policy versus this one-size-fits-all, we're going to do it every 5 years, and that aligns your resources to the need versus blanket policy driven by something that really has no science or driving the policy.
No, thank you for the comment. Totally concur. There's definitely a return on investment, right, type thing there. You know, how often you need to do the assessments. Those are one of the things that we're kind of looking at right now. And DHS has actually been more stringent with the assessment requirement. We're actually a 3-year cycle. So we're trying to work with our headquarter folks and, like you alluded to, get policy potentially changed to be able to open that up and not be on such a stringent, you know, cycle and turnover.
So, are you looking for input?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, first of all, Kurt briefed me a little bit. Your model's flat, so your section detail inventory, so that's good. It sounds like you have a common key that goes from Maximo to Builder. That's great. Perfect. Question for you: how are you? Question for you: how are you planning on assigning catalog? Are you doing that in Maximo?
The catalog, yes. Yes, in Maximo. Yes, sir.
So it'd be interesting how you accomplish that, because of the way the hierarchy works right now. I mean, you know, you can't move it around big. So we have we've tackled that same problem. So the other thing, when you're planning on going to the API, so the Diagon Spire API.
Yeah,
so,
just to clarify what you said, I think that we're making a strategic decision not to have all of our equipment or all of our uniformat, let's say, in Maximo that's in Builder. There will be instances where we have items, let's say, for example, Maximo, we use Maximo. The only thing we enroll in Maximo today are things that we apply a preventive maintenance program to. And so if it doesn't produce a preventive maintenance action, and we have RS Means, basically that catalog built into our instance of Maximo so that you can apply a preventive maintenance action to a particular piece of equipment. If it doesn't fit that need, it's not in our instance of Maximo, but we might be being cautioned or basically asked to put things like foundation, slabs, et cetera, in Builder so that we could roll it up to PRV or CV, et cetera.
Okay, so where are you going to keep those synthetics? So we call those synthetics. So basically they don't exist in Maximo. They're not going to be operated on. They're going to exist in Builder, but they're not going to be in, you know, they're not going to be acted on. So we keep those separately, just like you're going to do. So that's a good thing. Then the other thing I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the API was when you get there, one of our lessons learned was that we're tightly integrated to the return message. So on the call, it's a request, and then when you do the request, you get a return. And so what we do is we store that return message inside the database, and then we have a key between the request and the return. And so that becomes really handy to understand when you've got success. Because a lot of times you'll send something over the API, and you want to make sure that you actually executed your request. So that might be something you might want to think about.
One of the things that we're going to have to figure out is the builder Maximo reconciliation process. And so we're hopeful that with the Spire middleware tool, once we start doing that, if we do field assessments and people are adding equipment to builder, how do we know that it's now needs to be added to our inventory in Maximo? Or vice versa, if somebody does a project in Maximo that adds, or we have a new building and it gets added to our inventory and we enroll those pieces of equipment, okay, now they need to automatically go into builder, et cetera, et cetera.
They're in the same enclave. So that's one of the benefits of the ATO, because they designed this approach to be immediate, same, there's no network jump between Maximo and Builder. And their catalog, we don't think is going to change as quickly as the NNSA. So NNSA has added a lot of non-traditional, utility and site elements, like the OSFs, the other. Right now, they're really focused on the facilities alone. So we think that their catalog will be stable, so we could load that into the Maximo, and when they add a piece of equipment, it can be passed as a new section in Builder. So when he mentioned a flat database, for those that have not tried to do links, section details and equipment in a CMMS is a really hard line to connect. If you have 15 air handlers in one section, well, when you inspect it, they're all amber, but that maps to 15 different elements in Maximo. So what if you replace one in Maximo, what do you do in Builder? Well, you have 1 out of 15 that have changed. So it's something that can be handled. You can say, I'm going to deduct 1 from the quantity, I'm going to remove 1 section detail, and I'm going to create 1 new section with a quantity. So you can work it all out. From an integration perspective, it is simpler if you have 1 section in Builder represents 1 Maximo piece of equipment. If I inspect it, that's red. If I fix it, if I replace it, that's gone. It's an easier loop. So it does mean that your Builder environment does look a little intimidating if you have a large complex facility, because you click that plus and you'll get a lot of sections. But if you're working in an environment like Maximo and that's where your users are interacting, Builder is just creating the financial plan and trying to identify requirements. There's not a whole lot of people that are be clicking around in Builder to get worried about having any sections. They're working in the tool that they're happy with and comfortable with. Builder is just generating a report and kind of feeding the beast. Any other last question or suggestion for the team? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll call that lunch. See you guys, everybody, in the afternoon.
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce a few of our team members before we get started. We had a pretty big group from Gordian that came and supported this conference. We've been doing it for several years now. And so I just want to introduce a few folks. So we've got Jake and Eric. These are two senior account execs. Jake handles Army and Navy, and Eric handles Air Force. And then we have Joe Kelby, who was on the panel this morning. He's very involved with NNSA, and he's a senior manager in our engineering group. So I just wanted to introduce them. We have a booth out here as well. So, please stop by. We'd love to talk to you and tell you a little bit about what we're doing. So thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. You're welcome to hang if you want.
Please come say hi, please.
All right, so we're in the home stretch, so I won't take too much time here, but I do want to go over just a few things, who we are. This is really kind of what we do as opposed to who we are. There's really three solution stacks within Gordian. One is estimating, the other is facility planning, and the third being job order contracting. Probably what makes most sense for this conference is probably the estimating and potentially the job order contracting. The facility planning, we do a lot in higher ed and in the SLED verticals, not so much in federal yet, but we are working on that with some technology and some data that we've acquired recently. But most of you probably know us as RS Means. Most of you probably use RS Means data in some form or fashion. And we're going to talk just briefly today about what we're doing with Builder in regard to the RS Means data. So really it's the estimating, facility planning, and job order contracting. Job order contracting is really, for us, an extension of what we're doing with Builder. So, when the information comes out of Builder that something needs to be repaired or maintained or replaced, in many cases, a job order contract is the way you can execute and get that work done. And that's something that Gordian's been doing for years. And kind of the thread that runs through all of these solutions is data and technology, cost data and technology to support these three solution stacks. Really, the main reason is, that we're talking today is really the need for more accurate replacement values. And so we're going to kind of dive into that a little bit in regard to what we've already developed for Builder. It really kind of started back in 2016, 2017 with some conversations with the folks at Searle. We entered into a CRADA. For those of you that aren't familiar with that, that's a kind of a research and development cooperative agreement with Searle. And basically what that means is there was a need for more accurate cost book inside of Builder. We thought we could help with that need, solve that problem. And so we did so on our dime in conjunction with Searle. So we developed this cost book in the hopes that we would be able to at some point sell that cost book. And that in fact did come to fruition. So we spent about a year developing this cost book, RS Means cost book for Builder. And we started with about 3,500 items. So when you get the standard Builder catalog, it has roughly about 3,500 items in it. So that was our starting point. We developed the cost for those 3,500 items, which are basically component level cost. So through the arrangement that we have, ultimately with OSD, who purchased an enterprise license for this cost book, this RS Means cost book, specifically for DoD, in that contract, we are obligated to develop 200 new items per year for the RS Means Builder cost book. And I say that because it's important for those of you that are using the cost book. You may want to let Searle know if there's things that you need that aren't currently in that RS Means cost book. Like I said, we develop under contract 200 additional items per year. I think we're up to about 3,900 items right now in the cost book. We also, if you're interested, we also can provide service life or design life information for those components as well. That's something that, again, comes along with the cost book if you want it. If you don't want to use it, that's fine. You don't have to. Really, the two areas that we focused on, initially, it was the, this bottom area. So the standard builder catalog, like I said before, has about 3,500 items in it. And so we developed the cost book to provide costs for those 3,500 items. And that's done at the component section level. So that's what we developed as part of the CRADA, and that's what OSD funded as part of the contract that we have to provide this data to DoD. The data is available to anybody that wants it. You can purchase the data from us if you're not DoD. You can purchase this RS Means cost book from us, and we can have it turned on, whether your Searle is hosting your builder instance or if it's behind your firewall. We have instances of both, but we can turn that on and give you access to that builder, that RS Means builder cost book. So we're doing that at the component level, and again, we continue to develop that year over year. But what you may have heard was this morning something called a cost engine. This is something that we developed in a project that we have within NSA, who is one of our largest clients in regard to build the builder initiative. And this really, they had a need to, they had a need to get that PRV at the building level, not just at the component level, which we've kind of taken care of to some degree with the standard RS Means builder cost book. But they wanted that PRV at the building level as well, and they wanted it to be based on something. And so we showed them the whole building models that RS Means has, and we have about 75 whole building models. And we realized that if we could build this, we call it a cost engine, if we could build this cost engine that allowed you to swap out those components. So as we inventory our assets and we find that there are specific components within that asset, we can take those generic whole building models, those square foot models, and we can swap out those components in the generic model with what is actually in that building. So that provides you, again, a little bit more accurate PRV at that building level. So we started that initiative with NNSA. That was something that they wanted, and we were able to develop that. So that's not part of the standard cost book that you can get for RS Means. That is a custom solution, but it's a custom solution that we've developed for NNSA, but anyone can get access to it. So you'll have your own unique assets. We may need to build, or you may want to build models associated with your assets, and that's fine. We've already done it. We know how to do it. The technology's there. The expertise is there. So if that's something that you're interested, let us know. So ultimately, we've got really two components to our builder solution. One is that cost, that builder, RS Means builder cost book, that again basically ties RS Means assemblies to that section level within builder to give you that component level cost or replacement cost. And then we have the custom solution, which is the cost engine, and that's a bi-directional feed to the building replacement value. And that's based on, again, on our whole building models, our square foot models, and the information coming from builder to inform those models to swap out the components that are actually in that building. If you don't know what those components are, it'll just use the generic components that are in that square foot model. So there's a lot of value in that, especially if you don't have all your inventory, or maybe you don't know what's behind that wall. You can use these cost models to help get you, in that rough order of magnitude area, plus or minus 20, 25%. Please visit us. We're still here. We're not going to tear it down until 3 o'clock. So if you have any questions, we'd love to meet you if we haven't done so already. We appreciate your time, and we hope that you all have safe travels back to wherever you're going. So thank you.
All right. And Ron from Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you. Everyone, thank you. Thanks to Dagon for such a great conference and great participation. Been a lot of great conversation, dialogue, and some really fantastic presentations. Mine's probably not one of them. I don't even have a Metallica song embedded in here, like my brilliant colleague Jared. So I'll just dive right into it, I suppose. So, we're Jacobs. We're a large global firm. We have about 60,000 plus people operating around the world. We have a long-standing relationship working with federal agencies, DoD. We truly are a relationship-based company. We embrace that relationship. We're great at sharing, thoughts and ideas in order to help, advance and make folks better, help make them better, and learn from each other. You can see some of the metrics there. We're usually somewhere in the top, number one last year in a number of different things. And, we work at a global level. And, we have our teams that have been sort of helping evolve our company over the last 75 years into more of a solutions provider as opposed to a provider of just technical services, which ties in nicely to our team, which is our advisory solutions team. And we're a few hundred out of those 60,000, so, but we're built up of a number of subject matter expertise delivering these core offerings. So, asset management and, builder is a big part of what that team delivers. You met Rigo and Jared and Anthony yesterday. We also have Abigail and Dean here right in the front. They're a big part of that asset management strategy team. We also deliver on energy advisory solutions, energy master planning and energy audits. And, each of these areas has a number of subject matter expertise that, continue to deliver on these core offerings. So our planning team has been involved in, master planning, facility planning, space planning, installation developments and project identification and 1391 development. And then our commissioning team, one of the areas where we focus heavily on that transition from design construction to operational control and retro commissioning, getting that existing inventory back up and running and working properly. But when you think about advisory and what that is, and by definition, it's having that ability to make suggestions around what should be done and providing information and solutions to help make decisions in a particular area. So that's where we looked at these core areas, brought them all together under one team, because crossing over all those subject matter experts we found is the best way to be able to deliver solutions to our most complex problems. So we focus on essentially 4 different areas, but heavily on operational excellence, and that's where it really applies to what we're doing here. So mission readiness, in assurance and risk analysis across all domains. We have a number of great project and program examples for asset management strategy and supply chain. We think about supply chain. One of the programs that we're working on that Rigo is leading in Guam was, working for NAVFAC and looking at, if you're all familiar with what's going on in Guam, there's a crazy amount of construction that's happening, something on the order of, $11 billion a year projected over the next several years. And when you think about that and you think about Guam, so where's all the stuff going to come from? Where are all the people going to come from? Where are they going to stay? What are they going to do? What are they going to drink when they get there? And then what? So there's a lot of thought needs to go into how you're going to build, what you're going to build, who you're going to engage, all those kinds of things. So we've been involved in a number of programs there for that. Reliability center maintenance. That's something that we've worked with. Another part of our business, they actually deliver on BOSS contracts, and they've been extremely successful with strategies that we've learned from at NASA and now NAVFAC. We have many conversations around human capital. So it comes up probably almost every time we talk. And, it's one thing to have an understanding of what it is that you have, and then how's it going to break, and then how are you going to fix it. But if you don't have the right manpower and the number of people and the right capabilities across your organization, you're not going to be able to get at all those things, and you're certainly not going to be able to get at them in the time that you need to. So one of the initiatives that we, another Navy program, and it started with a conversation, we were working on a project, something else, and our client out there said, hey, you guys get a few minutes. I've been charged with identifying our level of readiness across all our public works installations, so something like 9,000 employees. We need to, determine, their level of training, certification, licensing, and how does that align with the actual mission and the jobs that they're doing? So when you think about that, in this global enterprise, how do we do that? You're not going to go fly around every installation, stand at the gate and talk to 9,000 people. So we developed some tools, and we developed a model that would allow folks to enter in what their skill sets were, where they were in training, and it enabled the Navy to look at where the gaps were, but also enabled them to look at the specific requirements. Do the requirements really align to the job? If not, then let's go back and make sure that those requirements are dialed in. Some of them are a bit generic, so it's really dial in the requirements so you can get the right people in the right locations to support what it is that you have. Because the other part of that is, we've seen so many complex facilities being put in locations that don't necessarily have complex workforce capabilities, so you're really missing the mark, and you're setting yourself up for a lot of pain and suffering. So we get involved in a lot of those opportunities as well. And then tied to that is the cost. So if you look at your traditional funding models and you're just adding up stuff, and then you have a budget to maintain, and then you start to dig into it and you realize, you're off by a factor of, 100 or some crazy number because you didn't really plan on exactly what you have, where you had it, how complex it was, what were the real requirements for those types of buildings instead of just, some arbitrary. So we've done a lot of projects and programs that are supporting that, and I better look at the clocks. I could talk all day about this stuff and then grab some other folks to dive into it as well. But so just to make a few of the points, some of the cool things that we're doing and getting involved with, but bringing in that whole team. So part of our planning team, we have economists, so that plays into the financial and supply chain and cost analysis component. And another area that we're heavily engaged in globally is global health security. DITRA is a big client of ours that we've been working with for many, many years. And then, of course, energy transition, decarbonization. So I'm sure everybody here is familiar with what's going on there with Executive Order 14057 and how to deal with that from a federal perspective. So, bringing our teams together to identify strategies. What do you have? What is your carbon footprint? What are those opportunities to actually move the needle and make them actionable? Because, if you don't have all of that and you just have your footprint and say you're going to move the needle by 50% by 2030, that might not necessarily happen for you if you're not planning properly. And then resiliency and sustainability. A big part of that program is our Engineering with Nature program, and actually one of our colleagues was out in Hawaii last week working on the implementation of one of the projects that was developed through ERDIC and Corps of Engineers out at Kaneohe. Great place to go to work, by the way. I'm sure many of you have already been there. But you can see these are some of the core areas, and these are things that all of our customers are saying that they need. So it's listening and then giving back. But I think more importantly, it's, they're not silos. They all tie to each other. So if you're talking about operational excellence and operational strategies, and you're not including energy and decarbonization, sustainability and resiliency as part of that conversation, you could be missing something. So just being able to bring those capabilities together, for us is very important. I mean, electric vehicles, that's a whole other conversation on how, DoD installations are going to deal with electric vehicles. So we're looking at some of that. It's not just the infrastructure. It's the charging device. It's the charging, can anyone just go and plug in and charge their vehicle? If you're a civilian with base access and you're not enlisted, you're going to get free electricity. How do you do that? And what does that mean? So, again, I could keep going and going. But these are some of our leaders. Again, Rigo's here. And we'll have these, the slides should be available, so if anyone has questions or comments can reach out to any of us. So again, thank you for your time. I don't know if there's any thoughts. I don't know if any of the rest of the Jacobs team has anything else they want to offer. But I really appreciate the time and appreciate all the good things that I've learned while being here. Thank you.
Stomp.
I was in the Navy for a long time, so I get to be the anchor man, right? Okay. It's not a dad joke, I promise.
You're not competing with music.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. So good afternoon. Thanks for a few minutes of your time. As I present the capabilities of Alpha Facility Solutions, my name is Ron Crumps. I'm the Facility and Infrastructure Asset Management Practice Director for Alpha. Alpha, an asset management solutions provider for the built environment, or in short, a facility asset management company. I spent 23 years in the Navy, Civil Engineer Corps for 20 of those years, and learned a little bit about asset management. And then and the Navy and Marine Corps have progressed, I'm sure, over the last 10 years. I've been out of the Navy, but then spent 9 years managing K-12 facilities and learned a lot more about facility asset management, some of that from Alpha. But this is the pinnacle for me, working for Alpha now, a company so focused, and I mean that sincerely, a company so focused on facility asset management and turning a facility asset management mindset into a tool set and a skill set. It's a powerful trio. So very pleased to be here presenting this to you. Waypoints in my brief here: a quick company overview, client history and highlights, contract opportunities, and trends and pursuits. So first, a company overview, and you might wonder, why did I put this slide up here? Facility asset management is an art, but it's my deep conviction that it is. Let me ask you a rhetorical question. Why do you go to a museum or an art gallery, or maybe even the zoo? I guess it's partly for entertainment value, but I think going to a museum or an art gallery, you see great art and it changes your perspective. You see something in a different light. You see a person or an institution or architecture perhaps, and it gives you a fresh perspective on what it is you're looking at. And I think facility asset management is just like that. That's the way we call it, an art. It's about making your facilities work for you through their life cycle, which is a change in mindset. And it has all these associated benefits, right? And you know this, understanding your assets and their condition and how those assets support your mission, bringing visibility to facilities, avoiding consequences of failure, and all the communication tools that it gives you, facilitating communications between departments and about funding requirements and tracking and communicating progress. It can transform an organization from a reactive organization into a proactive organization. It's a very powerful idea. Then this is what we focus on. This is our passion. Alpha is a service-disabled veteran-owned minority small business. We're licensed to Texas professional engineering firm and a partner with the National Council on School Facilities. And you can see that facility asset management certainly is our passion. We've helped our many clients secure over $10 billion in additional sustainment and restoration funding over the years. Through providing these sort of services, facility asset management is always about understanding what you own and the condition of what you own and how your facilities support the mission, and then what to do about that. So it's real property and equipment inventory and facility condition assessments, and then maintenance programs, both predictive and preventive and reactive, and capital maintenance programs and renewal programs. And then you gain an understanding for what you own, and it's about making the best use of your facility space. And then making sure that your facilities are operating efficiently, right, and safely for all your occupants. And so it's energy audits and studies and environmental audits and studies. We provide all these services, workforce management and workforce skills management even. Some segments of the market require very careful tracking of the workforce skills, so we provide those services as well. And over the years, we've developed mountains of data about what it costs to own, operate, and maintain facilities. And we also have a keen knowledge of the academic research and what the literature says about what it costs to own, operate, and maintain facilities. So we can provide expert guidance to our clients about what it costs. Have assessed over 500 million square feet over the past 15 years. Well, client history and highlights then. We're very proud to have served and serving agencies of the Department of Defense and all the military services, several of the reserve forces, and the Army National Guard, all with builder implementation, serving the Department of Agriculture and Labor, dozens of state and local governments, hundreds of higher ed and K-12 institutions, healthcare and retail, commercial and hospitality, parks and recreation. We serve all these different segments of the market, and I've been in 2 of them, and we all know how important these services are. So what about our contract opportunities? So we make ourselves accessible to our federal clients through the GSA OASIS Small Business Pool and the Multiple Award Schedule and Seaport Next Gen. And we make ourselves accessible to our non-federal clients through the Houston Galveston area co-op and our Source Whale offering. So just quick highlights on our contract opportunities. And finally, some trends and pursuits. So we're helping our clients understand the new President's Council on Environmental Quality Federal Building Performance Standards, so helping our clients, both federal and non-federal, understand options for decarbonization and the funding opportunities for decarbonization. Of course, we're well positioned to provide space utilization studies post-pandemic and strategic asset management plans. Some of our clients clearly are interested in strategic asset management plans where we help them align their facilities plans with organizational plans and objectives, and that's a very important skill. And finally, you saw John and Steve speak this morning. We see data analytics playing much more of a role in holistic asset management. Think KPIs and Power BI and data mining, et cetera. So these are the trends and pursuits that we see at Alpha. So that concludes my brief. Very thankful to have some opportunity to dialogue with you today. Glad to be a team sponsor of the Builder Summit and look forward to associating with you all more in the future. Thanks a lot.
All right. So, whenever you're ready to start the demo, just hit that video join, and he'll be on that. So, just switch over to Teams, hit join, and it should be his. Alt tab. Or you can do it on the bottom, but yeah. Yeah. All right, we're going to try something exciting and new, so give us a little bit of patience if it has some hiccups, but I am happy to introduce our next presenter, Kermit, to talk about his work with drones.
Thank you.
You got to be on the mic, though.
Thank you. To get started, we are going to do a live demo with our drone. I'm actually a few minutes early, but let's see if Brian is on. So, oh, he's on. Hold 1 second. Yeah, yeah. Yep, he's taking it up. Okay, so Brian, can you hear us? Okay. Brian, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Okay, so if you take her up, I'll narrate. I don't know. live demos.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian.
Can I share the on the projector yet? There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Good.
All right, so, okay, so Brian's on. And can you hear me, Brian? Okay, so he can't hear me. So Brian's going to take the drone up and, well, he's setting up right now, making sure that he's doing all of his checks. He's doing all of his checks to make sure that the drone is ready and it's ready for takeoff. So you'll get the narration of what he's doing on the screen. This is a screen that he sees when he's flying the drone. So it's about to start, and it's off the ground now. He's going to pivot around just to make sure that everything's okay before he takes it up really high. And then he's going to take it up, not quite to 400 feet, because we are downtown and we are close to the Alamo, and we want to respect that. But he's going to take it up about 40 feet above the building so that we can see the rooftop. And he's up. This drone is actually very fast. Some of them are a little slower, but this is what we use to look at the rooftops and the exterior enclosures. We get up fast. We can pivot around. We can get a full shot of the entire roof. So we can get a full shot of the entire roof at a high resolution. So when we bring this back to the office and zoom in, the quality is still really good. So now he's up. He's at about, can't tell, I can't see it. That's 92 meters. And so it gives you a full shot of the entire hotel. And now he's going to bring it down to an altitude that we would use for a roof inspection. And the first thing that we'll look at is the roof. So we'll do a little inspection of the roof here at the Minger. So he's coming down, and he's going to position himself above the roof. And once he gets to a height that he's comfortable with, an altitude that he's comfortable with, and you have to realize that he has to keep the drone in sight at all times, then he's going to zoom in 7 times, and you'll be able to see the features on the roof. So, Brian, are we zoomed in? There we go, we're zoomed in. So we're zoomed in 7 times. You can see the actual features on the roof. And what he would do is he would take, have a plan, and he would go down the roof, up and down the roof, and he would capture every inch of the roof. When we get back to the office, we can stitch this together, and we have a high resolution picture of the roof. So we can look at the base flashings, the membranes. We can identify issues, stop. We can get that picture, and all of this can go into your data set. The great thing about this is, as Brian is flying, all of this is going directly to the flow tablet, so we don't have to go anywhere to get these pictures, because it's taking pictures and video at the same time. As he's flying, it's going directly to the floor tablet. We just have to get the pictures that we want and put them into the inspection. So now he's going to focus on this little, we call it a penthouse. And he's going to look at the roof of the penthouse, and we're going to look at the exterior enclosure of the penthouse, because we can't really do that, look at the exterior enclosure of the hotel, because it's not really ethical. Because someone might be in their room. We don't want to disturb anybody. So he's going to look at the exterior enclosure of and he's actually listening to me. So he's listening to me, and Siri is too. So he's listening to me, and I'm directing him through Teams. And he's looking at this. Can you zoom in 7 times, Brian, so that we can see a little closer? There. Oh, that's really close, Brian. So, but as you can see, you don't lose anything. you don't really lose anything. You get the pictures up close. You can't touch anything, but you can give a visual inspection of the roof. Now, this is more difficult with, let's say, a HVAC system that's on the roof. You can look at the HVAC system. You probably can tell the condition. You can tell what type it is, but you cannot see the tag unless you land or you're a really, really good pilot. Oh, he's going to test it. He's going to test it. This is not Top Gun. We call this ProFly. We call it ProFly because all of our pilots, of course, they're certified. Can you zoom in 10 times on that, Brian? I mean, 7 times? He is? Yeah, so you can't really see it, but if you had this on your computer, you could probably zoom in to see exactly what that tag says. So using drones is really, really beneficial. It doesn't take any time off of your inspection, but it does help you to quantify more distresses and, well, to find more distresses and to get a better quantity of those distresses. So, Brian, if you can you bring the drone in, and I'll get started with the presentation. And he heard me. All right. Thank you. And now I'll go to the presentation.
All right, and if you don't mind, I can start to share so that the people online can follow your slides.
Okay. We were going to do that here in the ballroom, but it's not that safe.
I don't have that much insurance. I'm sorry. I can't.
I don't want to have to talk to the safety officer, so no.
All right, you're good.
Okay, so our agenda for today, first I'm going to speak just a little bit. I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but I'm going to talk about our experience a little bit. Innovation. We're going to just define what innovation is, and I think we can all appreciate that. We're going to talk about the equipment that we're using now that's not typical for a builder survey. It's typical for a more in-depth survey, but we're using it for a builder survey. I want to discuss a little bit why you should consider using, I'm going to say drones because that's the topic of this session, and what the benefits of using a drone is, and how to prepare for a drone assessment. That's really important. We're going to talk about the drone advantage, rooftops, of course, exterior enclosures. We're going to show you some pictures that we've taken. And the different views that you get, and then we're going to talk about things to consider when using the drone. So we'll get started with our experience. So PON has over 50 employees that are dedicated just to asset management, and that's a lot of that is builders. Some of that is other things like facility utilization. But mostly it's builder. So all of our new engineers, that's mechanical, electrical, structural, they all get to spend time with me to learn builder. And that's a base for them getting started. They all start with builder. They spend at least a year with me working with builder. And what that does is it tells them that they have to read the manual, they have to understand the manual, and they have to follow directions explicitly, or it's not going to work. It's not going to pass QC. So it's a good training tool for our engineers. We have a lot of planners that help because when we're creating the work plans, sometimes it's good to have a planner in the room. We have our geospatial professionals. They help us define the facilities. We have roofing professionals. Of course, Brian himself is OSHA certified. We have architects, professional engineers that they're part of our quality control team. And we have a QA/QC manager. She's an architect. And of course, we have several FAA certified drone pilots. We also have FAA certified pilots. Every division of the company has at least one certified pilot. So innovation, what is innovation? So when I came to Pond, one thing that they tasked me with was innovation. They wanted to find ways to do things quicker, to provide better products, and to provide more information than just the typical survey. And that's what I've done my whole career, so I was like, cool, I'm in. So what we did was we started slow, okay? So we started, engineers get used to using their tools, and they were using computers. We were happy about that. They weren't using pen and paper anymore. But we introduced them to tablets, okay? And a part of introducing them to tablets was Randall Bailey and Paul were working together on Flow. And Flow was a huge success for Pond. And we expanded on that to use tablets for other types of inspections, like energy inspections, electrical inspections. So we couldn't use Flow for these inspections, but we built tools to use other tablets, to use our tablets to do these inspections. But we also use tablets when we're doing our builder inspections. We have the Flow tablets. We also have iPads, and I'll show you why we have iPads a little later. We have 3D laser scanners, not the laser rangefinders, but we have a 3D laser scanner that you walk through the building. It gives you a 3D point cloud of the entire building, and it gives you a video of the entire building. We use moisture readers because sometimes you see something and you're not quite sure what it is or how far, what the extent is, but if you use a moisture reader, you can figure that out. And it doesn't take any extra effort, and all moisture readers, they don't all penetrate the surface. Some of them you can just touch the surface and it'll give you a really good reading. Some of them have to penetrate the surface, but we use the one that you just touch the surface and it gives us a good reading. So let's say we're in Hawaii and someone says we have a termite infestation. Well, we can see just how broad, how wide that infestation is, because what happens is wherever there are termites, the moisture is going to be a little higher. There's termites everywhere in Hawaii, just to let you know. And infrared cameras. Now, infrared cameras, we can use that on the drone, which is very beneficial, especially when you're looking at the exterior enclosure. It's very beneficial. And we can also use them inside. So we use them both interior and exterior, and it lets you know where you have moisture behind the wall. So it lets you know where you need to use that moisture reader. So why should you consider using a drone for builder assessments? Well, it helps you to incorporate different types of data. You can incorporate thermal data. Think of how good it would be if you say that something's overheating and you have a thermal image loaded into Builder to show as an illustration of the overheating. Or if you say that there's water behind a wall and you have an illustration of that you can upload to show your client. That's powerful evidence. And it looks good in the reports. You can provide roof assessments that are safer than the conventional method. So typically we would not go onto a pitched rooftop. That's just not safe. So we would use binoculars and we would look. But now we can send the drone up there, zoom in 7 times and back up a little bit, and we can see everything. We can see if something's missing. We can tell if the gutters are full. It just gives you a broader view of what's happening. It helps you to provide a more comprehensive inspection of the exterior. So you don't just get that first floor view. You get first, second, third. You get a view of every floor. So the inspection starts in the field, and what happens is our disciplines rotate with the drone pilot. So the architect will spend time with the drone pilot, and they would do the exterior envelope together, and then they would do the roof together. But if there's something that the mechanicals need to look at, they would also work with the drone pilot. So it just helps you to get a more comprehensive look at your facility. That leads to more sections, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But it also provides an overview of the facility's impact on the environment and the environment's impact on a facility. Sometimes you go to a facility and one side of it is really damaged, or it might be really stained. Well, when you get that bird's eye view, sometimes you can figure out where those stains are coming from. It's coming from the plant down the road, or it's because of the tree, or it's on the north side of the facility. So it helps you to kind of understand and to explain some of the stresses that you see on the exterior of the facility. So what are the benefits of using drones? Well, we've already talked about you can look at every floor, but you get to divide your rooftop and your exterior enclosure into more sections, okay? So instead of having north, south, east, and west, I think I said this yesterday, you have, can you please come up? You have northeast, you have the north middle, or you might have north first floor, north second floor, north third floor. You can break it into more sections and get a more, you'll have more ratings, but sometimes the stresses are different because the parts of the building, especially in the military, the building is built in different time periods. So it helps you to break those up and get a more comprehensive look. More distresses are identified, so, and what happens is because you have more distresses and you have more sections, you're going to have more work items, and your building condition index and your facility condition index will definitely see a slight move. So the cost of repairs will go up, but at least you know what needs to be repaired and replaced for the entire exterior enclosure and the roof. Most people, at least our client, when we were doing the roof assessments, they wanted us to give them a cost for repairing the roof in sections or doing the entire roof. And breaking it into 10,000 square foot sections or labeling the rooftop library, judge's office, or something like that, those things help them to figure out what they wanted to tackle first. Of course, the judge's office is way more important than the library. So it helps you to make decisions based on mission, if you will. So how should we prepare for a drone assessment? And Brian and I were just talking about this, but the first thing that you should think about is safety. We did experience some heat-related issues trying to fly in South Louisiana in July or August. I said it yesterday, we started at 7, we had to stop by noon, and people were still getting sick. You want to have a comprehensive safety plan. You want to know where the nearest hospital is, because sometimes by the time somebody gets sick, they don't know, but you should know that they need to go to the hospital. They need some sort of IV or something to get fluids in them. And your safety plan should include mandatory hydration. I mean, this is even for just a regular builder assessment. I think you should have a safety plan that includes hydration and rest, because people will work all day without drinking water, except for maybe at lunch, and that's not really good. You should always have a backup plan, because the weather does change very quickly. I mean, I say it all the time, weathermen are right 30% of the time, but they still get to keep their jobs. All right, there could be a last-minute flight cancellation. You want to have a backup plan, and that backup plan could be as simple as we'll do it tomorrow. You never want to schedule a flight and say, oh, we're going to do it in one day, because that one day might not be suitable. You may have fog, you may have rain, or it could be a security issue. You just can't do it that day. And always prepare for equipment failure. That was my way of saying that it's a drone, but it's not the heavy-duty drones that protect the country. It's the drones that we use for mapping and assessments. It's if you fly it enough, it will crash. Okay. You always want to have backup propellers. You always want to have backup batteries, and because they will crash, you always want to have a backup drone. So the on-site assessments. I was saying earlier, it doesn't really, the drone doesn't really take any time off of your assessment, because you still have to have those disciplines out in the field, and they still have to put eyes on these distresses so that they can compare them to the ratings and to make sure that we get the right ratings in the system. So we still have to have our assessors on the field, in the field. The drones give the photos and the videos, but we still want to have those assessors there with their tablets, taking pictures, taking notes, and if they need additional information, the remote pilot can position the drone in a way that could give them additional information from a view that they can't obtain from the roof. And after the project, of course, you can provide value-added information, aerial imagery, or a 3D model. So our assessors, I told you that we also use tablets, and the drone information, the drone imagery and video, that's being read to the tablet, to the flow tablet. So we have an iPad where we can take some of those photos and we can actually write on them so that we don't forget anything, and we can make sure that all of these notes get into Builder in the correct form, but we can do it quickly. We can write it shorthand. I know that handwriting is beautiful. It's mine. It's mine, but you can write it, and then we can import the same picture into Builder, and just take we could take the writing off. So the drone advantage. So the drone advantage is you get a picture of that drone from every angle, and you get pictures of every square foot of the rooftop and the exterior enclosure. So today, Brian started up high, and to the left you see the high angle, and you see the yellow arrow. So the yellow arrow, we're going to follow that yellow arrow to an issue. Our client had an issue for years. There was a leak, and the leak was causing the wall to mushroom. The wall was, the facility was built in 1901, and there was no mold, but the wall was starting to mushroom. And when I say mushroom, it literally was coming out, and it looked like a huge mushroom. So Brian took the drone up, and after years, he took the drone up. We identified the area. He started coming down, and this is what he found. And we had already assessed this area, but we couldn't see it because it was right in front of us. And just to be honest, it's scary leaning over the roof to try to see what's there. But with the drone, Brian found this easily, and we were able to show the client this on site. It's amazing how obvious it is after someone points it out. And this picture, right, this is just a picture of the distress on a rooftop and the level of resolution that we're able to get of those distresses. And the picture on the left is the level of detail that we're able to get, and the picture on the right is a zoomed out version. And I don't know if Brian could see this or not, but this was his first crash on the left. So you go between two buildings and it loses GPS connection. It doesn't know what to do. It's coming down. That's a lesson learned. But it was a funny lesson to everybody except Brian. Okay, so on the exterior enclosure, for this specific facility, water was actually coming through the walls. It wasn't coming through the windows, water was coming through the walls, and it was getting inside of the facility, and it was causing issues. The issues had been remediated several times, and they wanted to know how bad it was. So if you look at this, this is one view where that's actually where the drone is located, and the zoomed in view is to the right. You're able to see those cracks, and to us, we're like, those cracks don't mean much. But in some cases at this facility, they put a little paint on those cracks, and the water stopped. The only thing is that paint's not going to last very long in South Louisiana. So to show them something like this was very important. It gave them a good idea of where their problems could be coming from. Things to consider. The first thing that you always want to consider, even before taking a drone mission, is you have to get DOD and FAA permission. NSA, I'm sorry, I don't think it's going to happen, but but you could try. You have to get permission, and the best way to do that is to know a little bit about what they're looking for. They're looking for certain safety conditions. They're looking for a safety plan. They're looking for your exact route, and they want to know who you're doing it for, how long it's going to take, and of course you have to provide the names and credentials of your pilots. But I can guarantee you, if you go to the FAA or the DOD and you say, we want to do a drone flight of everything, they're going to say no right away. Even if you say the right thing, they're going to say no right away. The thing is to figure out what they need you to do to be comfortable enough to do the drone flight. Things like not flying near windows, especially around barracks and things like that. A single drone flight lasts about 30 to 55 minutes depending on the drone. I think this one is 55 minutes? 46 minutes. This one can stay up for 46 minutes, which is pretty long for a drone. I said that. Drones should not be used to survey the exterior enclosure, that is, of a secure facility or barracks. It's just an ethical issue with the barracks. You don't want to put yourself in that position. And secure facilities, if we can put somebody on the roof, if we can use binoculars and everybody feels comfortable, let's not bring the drone into play. The drone does have operational limitations. We can only fly 400 feet, but we can get an exception to go higher. The temperature limitations, there's no way around that. We've had equipment, you get to a certain temperature, and that is why we stopped flying in Louisiana, because the heat index gets up over 100 degrees, and our equipment stops right around noon or before. So that's a limitation. And the other thing is wind. The wind will either obscure your flight, the pictures, or it will make you land the drone, because the drone can stabilize itself, but once the winds are gusting, it becomes very, very difficult. Those are just some of the limitations. And remember that when you're flying a drone, you want to get OPSEC involved right away. You don't want to wait until after you fly. You want to have them maybe be a part of your team. Maybe they can hold the tablet, and look at what you're flying as you go. That way, it won't take them as long to review the data, but you definitely want to get them involved before you tell your client that you can do this. And with that, wow, that was quick. I'll take questions.
Is there any way to link multiple
Yes.
1 second, sorry, we still have the people.
I just wanted to know if they could, connect multiple tablets to it. So if you had other people in your party that wanted to, instead of them standing on top of you, that they had their own tablet that they could link to it, so they could also guide you where you can and can't go with it.
Let's give the young man a chance to.
So one of the things that we have with Diagon, for instance, is the ability to share pictures to multiple tablets. But with our demonstration today, we have exemplified that you could use Teams to go ahead and show these videos to multiple people, essentially. It could be a way in the future to just show a large amount of people, maybe show multiple assessors at one time. That way you can minimize the amount of assessors you actually need on site, because I could go ahead and be doing work here in Texas and then do a Teams call that projects all of this data that I'm capturing to the office back in New Orleans.
In real time.
Correct.
Excellent. I have one more if I can.
Of course.
I was stationed in Massawa, and it was big no use of drones on base. So I would assume if we got to use it on a military installation, that we'd have to clear it through, because they kept pushing the fact that it was national law not to be able to use them on a military installation in Japan.
So there are certain drones that are approved for use on military installation. They have to be American-made, and all of the components, all of your sensors have to be American-made. And of course, it takes a lot of approval, especially if there's a flight mission at this installation. It takes a lot of approval. But if you're going to fly a drone, and let's say the building is 30 meters high, and you're only going to fly 10 meters over that, and you have OPSEC with you, I think a case can be made for just about everything. I draw on my experience from the geospatial industry, where we flew over installations all the time. We would map installations, and it was just working with air traffic control and FAA to ensure that we were capturing the data, storing the data in a safe way, and that there was no chance of the data falling into the wrong hands.
Thank you.
Yes.
For the demo to work, might be obvious to some, but they need to have cellular connection at the device that's piloting the camera. So there are some locations overseas and smaller islands where a strong cell signal is not necessarily assumed. So just know that if you do want to share with multiple assessors, you do need to have a live, strong internet connection. Who else? One?
So you alluded to that you have to use DoD-approved drones on DoD installations, right? So they must have a a minimum operating performance standard for the drones to be approved on that list, right? So there's some I would be curious about a feature list of the drones you found that you needed to procure to accomplish this type of stability of flight, GPS tie-in, et cetera, et cetera. And then the second question would be, when you've done some of your installations, if there was an operating airfield, did you find you had to utilize any type of radio communication with the tower, the air traffic control tower, or other operating airspace control governance?
Yes. So if you're near an airport, an airfield, you have to stay in touch with the tower at all times. That's mandatory. We used to use radios, but now we just use cell phones. Cell phones work. Now, as far as the specifications for the drones, I don't really know how they chose the drones, because there are a lot of American-made drones that are not on the list. But the drones that they did pick was they are some of them are rotary and some of them are fixed wing. So some of them are meant for small jobs and some of them are meant for long-range jobs, whether the drone may be out of sight. but I don't know the criteria that they use. But I do know that all of the components have to be made in the U.S.
So, I mean, do you have any based upon, did you use trial and error to pick from that list which ones performed the best for your intended use? Like you alluded to fixed wing versus rotary wing. I would assume for this type of work you want rotary, but.
Right. So you look at your mission and you pick the one that fits your mission best. So if we were flying levees instead of buildings, we would use a fixed wing.
Fixed wing.
Because a fixed wing, you could fly at 400 feet. You would have a wide field of view, and you can fly a longer distance before you had to turn around and come back. You still have to do what I call teardrop. You go down, you come back just to prevent drift, but you can fly a longer distance.
And then a follow-up to that would be, when you referred to your flight time, did you have routes that exceeded a single battery charge and you had to come down and change out batteries and then go back up and complete the survey?
Yes,
I mean,
sir,
is
all the
that
time.
pretty typical?
That's typical.
Okay.
That's typical.
And did you do a trade-off analysis between battery payload to increase your flight time, or did you just go with, by default, what was available from off your
We
DoD
went
list?
by default. And Brian could speak to this more, but the only thing is we find that the older the drone gets, the less time you have to fly. So it shortens your flight time. So it's good to always have a good backlog of well, not backlog. It's good to have a lot of drones to choose from. So we work with a lot of different people. We're not married to any one drone. We're married to the best drone for the job. And
So you have a fleet of drones?
You can say that we have a fleet. Yes, we have a fleet, and we do that because we like I said, we're not married to a drone. We pick the best drone for the job, and we get that, and when that project is over, we move on to another drone.
Any other questions?
We're right here up front.
Yes.
So you say it takes a lot of coordination to fly at military installations. Do you have any rough guess as to like how many man hours or anything that you'd have to put into a contract for doing?
So I'm working right now with a guy, and he told me that it's going to take at least 60 days. He said that he told me the first day, he said, this is possible, but it's going to take 60 days to get the approvals. So I think it varies at each installation, but he told me 60 days. Now, in the past, I mean, for aircraft like Cessnas and things like that, 2 or 3 days and you're flying. But with a drone, there's less certainty because a drone is not as robust as those planes. If I had to go home on a drone today, I would be nervous. So the safety concern is not just that you're going to take a picture of the wrong thing, but it's also that you're going to crash into the wrong thing. Because a lot of times when you get around these installations that have a flight path, they have technology, anti-drone technology. So we have to think about all of that. How do we handle that? As a matter of fact, the project that we've illustrated, all of these projects had anti-drone technology. So.
I'm just glad nobody with a musket in the Alamo decided to shoot you down. So I'm sure there's somebody that's still in. Oh, do you want? Behind you, sorry.
So can you give us some examples of federal and DoD installations that you've done this on?
No.
Well, I mean, is that because you can't share it, or
because I can't share it?
I mean, because obviously this is some kind of a.
That's a federal courthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe the next question is not specific numbers. Can you, I've done X forts, like 10 forts in the United States. So
10 or more.
Here's the issue that probably I'm trying to get specifics to, that we hear you talking these concepts, and when we ask specific questions like, you know, give me a list of drones, or give me a list of
a
places.
list of drones. I mean, okay, so a list of the Matrix from DJI is a drone that the U.S. will allow to fly in non-sensitive areas. What's the name of the drone that's it's American made?
So there's 8 drones that are allowed. They are all on this website called Blue Skies. 2 of them are fixed wing. 6 of them are quadcopters. There's one called Wingtra, which is a fixed wing that we've utilized to do airfield surveys and experience jungle creep and stuff like that. And then there's quadcopters like the Autels, there's Parrots, there's a couple of smaller ones. There's bigger ones as well, but we haven't utilized any of the 6 rotary ones.
So when he said, what he just said, I can give you that one, he recently did Tinian. Okay, so he recently did Tinian. Did you go to Guam?
We did do one, but not drones.
Okay, so he recently did Tinian. So it's not impossible. It's just saying the right things. And a lot of times people go there, go to the air traffic control, and they say they want to capture everything. And no, you can't capture everything, but you can capture what you need. We're doing building surveys. We're not mapping. So we want to capture the exterior enclosure and the rooftop of a building. And we need to say that up front.
What kind of a platform are y'all using to process this data, and are y'all using aerial LiDAR also on these projects?
So we use a couple of different apps depending on the drones that we use, because some apps don't talk with certain drones. We've used an app called Pix4D to do site surveys and do photogrammetry, which is similar to LiDAR. The way that works is you run flight plans, and you will be able to get point data essentially. And we've used another app called Drone Deploy, and those work specifically for these DJI drones. DJI is not allowed on military installations though, so we do not use those apps. We have to use in-house apps, except for the militaries. But this drone, for instance, we only can do like these courthouses and stuff with this one. Despite how amazing of a drone it is, it has Chinese parts in it, so they will not allow it anywhere else. And ultimately, the other way we process the data is all these pictures come out on an SD card. So it's very easy to go ahead and mesh all these pictures together if you're doing site surveys, or if you're doing builder data, you can either put it straight to the flow tablets or put it on a server and utilize those pictures that way.
All right, well, thank you very much for being willing to do this live and answering questions.
Sorry, I couldn't answer that one question. I know how that is. I couldn't answer that one question. Where?
Yeah, but to gain more confidence and to gain people's respect to try to go down this avenue, if you were to say to somebody, you know, like,
So
in the last 2 years, we've done 50 installations.
So here's the thing.
Federal installations.
It's easier, like if anybody's working with National Guard or the Army Reserve, that's easy. That's easy to get permission for. If you're working at certain parts of
Want to do the hospital at Fort Bragg?
the hospital at Fort Bliss,
Okay.
okay?
The
new
That's a
hospital.
little bit different though, because the hospital at Fort Bliss is on its own separate installation across the highway.
Exactly.
And it's not really on, well, you know, the Fort Bliss guy was striking dead.
It's not really on, right. So, I'm glad you mentioned that because hospitals, that's one thing that, people will give you permission to use this type of technology on hospitals. They're not near the flight line, they're somewhere centralized where, people that are, well, not civilians, but where, retired military can get to it. So they can, I'm sorry, they can control and they can monitor where you are if you do something like a hospital. It's just that when you get to battalion headquarters and things like that, and you have windows and all of these things have to be planned. So you go to air traffic control and you know all of the issues up front, just have a mitigation plan, okay? Yes, it has X amount of windows. We're going to avoid those.
All right, thank you very much. This is the last break of this year's summit, so come 5 minutes. Yeah, that's it. So quick stretch, and then as soon as it takes us to get back the next session going, we'll start talking. So what do you think about keeping the podium up, and we'll just kind of take turns, and then, okay.
Turn those mics on.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Drew, keep this one live, just so we can pass if some question comes up. Excellent.
I did some window hunting. You didn't see that?
I did.
All right. Come on back. I know that there are people that are still trying to catch flights today, so we want to honor your time and finish. And I'm already a little bit behind the gun, so we'll be up here if you have questions after the summit, and we went too fast through any of the catalog elements. It has been brought up time and time again that there is a desire and a capability and a power if you take control of your catalog of entries for sections. So wanted to have a special breakout section just to talk about this. For the housing effort, it was really an effort to simplify and streamline. Paul, who's still managing the streaming conversation, started with kind of the Army and the Coast Guard and said, all right, so these are things we know and we love. Let's redline, let's hack, let's find the right sections that we want to capture for a home inspection. One of the things that, is always kind of stuck with me is that if you know your scope and 1/8 of all the sections are supposed to not be gathered, why are we still allowing them to gather them? Like, just remove it from the catalog. The Army implementation manual is 700 pages. We might be able to get it down to 600 if we just take the sections that are told over and over again, don't put this in Builder. So there's little things like that that if we can find that, the power to modify, add, edit, and delete your sections, you can actually save money and improve the quality of your data. Specifically, from the time savings, we looked for combining. This was easier because we were starting from scratch. We knew that there was no existing data. Anytime you have existing data, it complicates things, but what is the real difference in cost from resilient to tile? Is that something that can be combined together? What about sinks? There's 5 of them that are different in Builder. Is that going to change any of the real financial cost modeling, that it matters that it's porcelain or stainless or plastic? Really, it's a small dollar amount. Let's see if we can look for opportunities to combine. For DECA, and this is an example of something that's hosted by Searle, so it's not just the fact that we hosted the Builder instance for a housing project, but even Searle is very familiar with and has a repeatable, consistent process for modifying their catalog. The commissaries have refrigeration elements that you don't have anywhere else in DoD that I've seen. They have to absolutely keep the food cold. If it goes down, all of that cost, they have to eat, because as an organization, they have to self-fund. So compressor racks, distribution lines for coolant, chilled displays, frozen walk-ins, all of this is part of their real property catalog. It's not process equipment that they have to fund, manage, maintain, and therefore inspect. So through working with Searle and the refrigeration expert that had been involved with DECA for years, they added 162 new sections and then also added some special construction for specifically those walk-in coolers. Justine, you want to talk about the efforts you did for the Coast Guard? Come on up.
So I'm not as tall as Kurt, so I have to go down to little person level with the mic. I'm Jacine Phillips with Tetra Tech, and yeah, I worked with Colby and the Coast Guard on their efforts, and I'm telling you, it's the best catalog ever. So I'm an architect background, commercial architecture, for over 25 years. So I geek out on the whole exterior, interior component thing. But when you're doing builder, the interior components are just a pain. So one thing we did with Coast Guard is we were like, let's reduce the pain point for everyone. And IMCOM scope, you know, you're collecting everything. You're collecting your walls, your chipboard, the finishes on those, the chip ceiling, the acoustic ceiling tile, everything. And you're calculating it all out. And we were like, we don't have time for that. Nobody has time for that. Nobody has manpower for that. So we said, okay, well, let's simplify. We're going to think like a general contractor. We're going to give it a square foot cost. We're going to say your finishes in your building are medium, high-end, or low-end finishes. So like your warehouse spaces, they're low-end. It's concrete floors. You may or may not have any chipboard in that place, and you'll have an exposed ceiling. So, you know, your finishes are like really small on that cost category. But your partitions are also your C10 area. It's also probably going to be really small in a warehouse as opposed to administrative area. So we were like, let's simplify all the C's. It's going to be great. So on C10, we went with the similar thought process of you have a high density amount of partitions in your building, medium density, or low density. And so high density is like your administrative offices that have just a ton of walls. And then the lowest density is going to be, again, your warehouse type things. And then you have your middle ground for those that are a blend. Again, you can section these just like anything else, but if you have half of the building is like admin, the other half is maintenance shops, then you just section those two out, section by floor, do all that stuff. So we're like, we got this covered. What we didn't realize is, and this is where the testing comes in, I am really good at breaking things. So I broke a lot of the stuff when we went out to the site and tested. So I would come back and I would say, Paul, Showalter with Digon, say, Paul, we need to add a component. We have no idea how to capture this little brick building that's a little shed with a little roof and doesn't have anything in it. So we're like, okay, well, let's make a new structure type for that. So we wound up doing that. We go back out to another site. Hey, Paul, we found another type of building construction. Can we add another component? So your best efforts are great, but you will find things in the field that you're like, oh, yeah, that's weird. We've got to do something about that. So just know if you are customizing stuff, be fluid with it. Know that you're going to add things back and forth. But, I mean, there's no reason, if you're able to customize and you can get it down to what you need for your efforts, I mean, the interior finishes don't show up in the work plans very often. Your HVAC systems will, your electrical systems, your carpeting is a low-ticket item. Don't spend all your time there. So we took that approach when we were making their catalog, and it's glorious. And our I&A guide, right around 100 pages. Just saying, we're capturing everything, and it's just 100 pages of guidance. Is there anything else, Drew, you want to talk about? You had to fix everything I broke.
I want to go through a few more things.
Yeah.
And our glorious means, I think, affordable. Like, you're trying to say, this is time spent. If we can streamline the catalog, simplify the finished gatherings, that means that the team that's in the field is spending the time where the organization needs that specificity and needs the detail. So that's what good means. So we've talked about some use cases, and now I want to just kind of get into the basics and mechanics. So this sounds great. You're like, hey, I want some stuff. Do that. If you send Searle instructions because they host your data and you're like, hey, add these things, they're going to probably come back and say, well, can you give us some more detail? You need to know where it fits in the uniformat structure. If something is similar and it's classified somewhere different, you're just going to confuse people by putting it in the wrong bucket. So that D50301001, make sure that it follows the convention that people in the industry recognize and know of. You need to name it. How to quantify it is important. It's not always intuitive on certain elements. If it's each if it's square feet, if it's linear feet, but there can be only one measure. You can't say, I want to know how many of how big. Well, how many sections do you want to create? Because that could be a lot depending upon what you're talking about. So you have one unit of measure to work with. And as you heard Gordian say, that they've signed up with Searle to provide some cost data. So if this is something you don't have, see if they can get it fit under that contract. If it's something you have a past purchase history, give that to the team that actually can hit your database and say, this is what it costs per this unit of measure. And you need to know for life cycle planning, how many years should it last? These are the basics. I would say it's not obvious, especially if you start trying to trim things. You cannot delete sections that delete different catalog entries that have sections assigned to it. So double check, don't leave those orphan records. These are the kind of things that break scenarios. You have to have a unique catalog ID. Searle has done a bunch of work to try to make sure that no matter who they're working with, there is no overlap because they're maintaining kind of a master catalog. So it may not be something you need to supply them, but just know that there will be a unique ID. That number is going to assign this type of air handler of this capacity, of this material type, that lasts this long and costs this much, has a number. And lastly, if you are using bread, there is a second step. The builder database isn't the only place that we store catalog information. If you've logged into bread and loaded a bread file, you might have seen a little pop-up window that says pulling in your lookup, or you need to update that lookup. The way that the bread files are able to know all the different options of drop-downs is that there is a publicly available URL for every one of your databases of stuff, the sections. Not the sections that you actually have, but the section options of the catalog. So there's two steps: updating the builder database and then updating your lookup file if you use bread. For a demo, you all have some version of a catalog custom report. So if you go to a site or an organization, I think typically for Searle hosted sites it's only at the org, but go to your custom reports, and what we're talking about is modifying the catalog, so run that. And that's going to give you insight into what does the database know about my existing catalog. I've already saved this in Excel. But remember I said that there's a unique ID for every one of these entries. So this exterior enclosure window is 42052. When we talked earlier about mapping Maximo equipment to builder entries, what we had to do is build that crosswalk that this type of thing in Maximo represents 42052. And then every one of those creates one of those sections. So within the unit format, it's in the B20, B2020, O2 storefronts, and it is the other. We have referred back to distresses just as a comment, but know that builder still has the ability to do distress surveys. While I don't recommend it, know that if you add a catalog entry like the one below, and there are no subcomponents, you cannot do a distress survey. For most of you that don't do distress surveys, it's not a big deal, but it's something you should be aware of. There's that unit of measure. How am I quantifying it? How long does it last? What is its cost? This is an old cost book, so back from 2011, which means that it has inflated since then, almost 28%. And then know that everything in the database is stored in metric, so you might not see it, but there is a SAE to metric multiplier. The last thing, which is an underutilized element of Builder, is that you do have a component importance index. So if you're using that for any of your standards or policies, set a number there. The last column is the number of time uses. So if you run a catalog report for the Army, and you say, hey, I would like to trim out some sections that we don't want to do, it's in the do not assess scope, make sure that that represents 0, because that means 0 sections use it. It's a good candidate for deletion. If you have all newer buildings, you probably don't have any clay tile roofs. Hey, let's start to trim it down. Maybe you don't have any old lamps. You can go in, make sure that there are no current sections attached to it, and then trim out from builder what you don't use. That number of times in use is something that is specific to our catalog report. So this was asked as a separate aside. If we're showing you a report or you see a report in your demo instance that you like, but you don't have in your instance, all you have to do is ask us. Cyril and Daigon have just an understanding and part of our creative that they provide us the RDL files for custom reports, and anything that you guys request that we can provide, we do in trade. So if it's something we built for somebody else, like the section report for the Coast Guard, and you would like that, just ask. All right, so we have use cases, why, we have the general understanding of what you need to supply. Lastly, I'd like to introduce Drew, who's been running our online experience for the 150 people that are still amazingly listening to us all. But this is the person that's closest to the database, and he's actually been the one that's been doing all these things. So he wanted to show that it can be done.
Put this down back to short person level, Kurt. So Kurt touched on how, more the theory of why we do it. I want to show us the process of how this actually happens. So like Kurt mentioned, we have the custom report, the catalog report. We can just run this, and this is what I would get from Jacine or Paul. In green is the section they want to add. So from their perspective, it's super easy. They just run the report, give me the information that's already formatted correctly the way I need it. I understand it, they understand it, and we can use that to then query the database. I won't make you look at this too long. I don't want to demonstrate my immaculate SQL, but this is just to demonstrate what actually goes into catalog manipulation and how many tables that actually touches. So this will actually query the database, find what we have and what we need. So from our catalog export, we see we need a B30 roofing system and a roof coverings component. We can see we already have those. So from this, we can find what we have, what we don't, and then we can run another. And this one looks super scary, I know, but we can plug up. So this is just a screenshot. I didn't want to do it live, but there are variables. We can just plug values in, copy paste, easy peasy. We plug it in. This generates our our insert statements and inserts that record into the catalog. And so those of you following along at home, I know you're still logged in. The timeout is long enough, I'm sure. We can go to the builder database, try and add that section. And in that case, they wanted to add solar tiles, like Kurt used in day one. Solar tiles will come in. Maybe we want to add those. So we added solar tiles to their catalog. And if we go in the cost book and we go in the service life book, we can then go and see they have the cost and the service life that we wanted assigned. And that at a bit of a lower level is how that works. So do you want to go to questions or do you have anything else?
So, I mean, I know that not a lot of you are database administrators, but the Marine Corps hosts their own database. There's a lot of different people that have it, not necessarily at Searle. This script with all the SQL is going to be put into the resources for the Builder Summit website, because if there's something that we can provide that adds value, that helps you, communicate with your team, trust me, there's lots of ways you can break your server when you start messing with the database directly. So this at least gets your team, your system administrator team, a starting point. If they have questions, they can come back to us and ask questions. We've offered to do screen shares. Running and administrating, a builder site and doing these types of bulk changes is not easy and certainly makes people nervous. So Drew wrote out the script, and it'll be available in a zip file. Maybe not necessarily for you, but maybe for somebody that you know and love, allows them to not have to start from scratch. All right. Now, is there any questions? Yeah, not if it keeps me away from happy hour. I have no questions. All right, thank you guys. You can bounce. While I have your attention, and because we only have 15 minutes, I will jump right into thank you for being here. Again, can we get a round of applause for all of our sponsors? You know, we talked to people like, yeah, I didn't know, that I was going to get much out of this. I told my other, boss or somebody that they should be sitting in here. Having a no-cost entry does lower the bar that sometimes like, well, I don't know what it is. I don't know who these people are, but I think this is something I should be knowing about. I've heard it coming to my installation, or I heard that it's going to be important. For a community that's interested in building the general knowledge and the general capability, keeping it a no-cost participation, I think is key. So the sponsor is the only way that we can do that. I also want to thank you for everybody that's been willing to step up here and talk. It is not necessarily public speaking, something people go to sleep saying, I want to get in front of a room of 150 people. These are my peers, these are my clients, and I want to stumble through my words in front of them. So it takes guts to be able to share, and we wouldn't have any material without you guys putting it together. If you had something that you wanted to share or didn't have the opportunity to question, please reach out to us for next year. I want to thank Cyril for coming out. Without that kind of update from them, I feel like it would have been a half of a conference from my perspective, because I can share with you what's going on now, but as something is no longer just an idea or a concept, it is close to reality, and it's something we need to start planning for. That update was exquisitely important. Thank you to the people that showed up, asked questions, listened, and took it seriously. I heard a lot of just general dialogue of people reaching out to people they didn't know. If there was a face that was new or somebody that was standing alone, they didn't stand alone. It was oftentimes people that were reaching out and say, hey, I think the format worked nicely for conversations out in the foyer and then the room in here. So thanks for being good citizens in this space. Summit materials. The script for modifying the catalog, all that stuff is going on the website. All of the previous year's slides are also on that website. So you're going to get a little bit of repetition, but Steve has done a fantastic opportunity to talk about the technical aspects of repair versus replace, that changeover. There's a lot of amazing material that's been done over the years. Air Force did a building quality index in Power BI, and just really good stuff. So go check out the old resources. Our YouTube live stream is going to have all of this. Hopefully we can trim down the lunches and breaks. I don't know. We're kind of new to this space. But again, if there's something that you don't have that you want, email us at info@. And then I will leave you with some thoughts. With the idea of what's coming kind of at the end of the fiscal year, and the fact that we're looking at Code Complete on a major upgrade and kind of a start from scratch on a different interface using a lot of the same techniques and underlying data elements, I think, for those that plan for contract actions, that plan for, what is coming, you have to look at what you have and what you want to do with it. The ability to share data across multiple organizations is extremely exciting, and it's not something you've thought about. Maybe people have asked for it, you've sent them a bread file, but start to think about those organizations and those places in your structure that you really want to be able to have a broader audience to. If you share facilities with the Air Force, like a lot of organizations do, who can exchange data with what, real property unique IDs, your data quality is going to become even more evident when you start migrating. So this is a great opportunity to make sure you have consistent conventions, make sure your real property unique ID is stored in the same place, the same time, everywhere. If you have facilities that are just, I don't know really what this is, but somebody found a building on a site and it was there, so they just put it in Builder. These are the kind of questions that are going to really hinder a smooth transition to data. So think about other systems in play. If it's a real property, if it's GIS, if it's your CMMS, where are you going to have those data links and make sure that in your Builder database, it's consistent and uniform how you apply those elements? That's going to help the migration. Which also leads me to talk about a conference lifecycle. Congratulations, you've all sat in the last Builder Summit. But that's okay, because it's now the SMS Summit. Yeah, I got the groan that I was looking for, but really, we are sunsetting the name and the brand, and wanted to make sure that you guys weren't caught off guard when you start getting emails from and links to. We're going to keep the Summit SMS, Builder Summit website up for the resources, and make sure that you guys get all that information. But in about 6 months or so, you're going to probably get the email and say, hey, we're planning for the next round. Do you have any ideas? Come register here. Let us know if you're going to be in person or remote, the same type of thing, because I would say it was a rousing success from our perspective. So be prepared. We'll be looking at more than just buildings next time. And once we work with the show team and they understand when the DC event is, we'll be kind of on the half-year cycle. I really like the TikTok, something in Texas region, something in DC. I think it has a lot of opportunities for different audiences to get exposed. So thank you again. Safe travels home. Oh, a pair of sunglasses were found on a table. If you are missing or everything just seems blurry, come on up. Thank you.